Snot. Hold on, snot.
Good morning.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. The big show is on the radio. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Rob Brown Show. How do you do? Upstate South Carolina. Hello, America. What's up, world? Good AM. Great to be with you. Happy Wednesday. We are almost halfway home. My dudes, my dudettes, my amigos, my amigas. Rocking and rolling for 4 hours. This and every single AM for as long as they allow me to continue to work here. I am Rob Brown on the other side of the metaphorical glass, the guy in charge of this radio program and every radio program that you love and none of the ones that you don't. It turns out he is, of course, the great one, Lonzo, here with us for all 4 hours. What up, Zo?
Lonzo is a superstar.
Word.
Hello, and shout out to Steven, who's still recovering from on stream from all his surgeries, and he wanted a little water cooler, so I hit him with some water cooler.
That's not what he wanted.
Yeah, he's wanted water cooler. That's not what he said, but that's what he wanted.
Oh, okay.
You know, I can read minds, and you shouldn't say that about me.
Hope you guys are doing exceptionally well. I'm going to tell you something here that is very dumb, and I'm fascinated by it because it's an experience that I had. The other night, the lady friend decided it was time to hang the Christmas lights. Now, courtesy of Steven's story, my feet will be staying as close to the ground as possible.
Well, you upper crust people, you can just pay someone to do it, can't you?
No, that is one of those things that is in my manly responsibilities.
Okay, yeah, that's part of being a man.
Yeah. So one of the things that I had to do,
hang them daggum lights. Yep.
One of the things I had to do was I had to check the circuit in the LED lights to figure out, because they've been out for a year. They had to be, you got to fix the bulbs that went bad, yada, 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 all that good stuff. And while I was doing that, I had to get a pair of pliers to pull it. I lost a pair of pliers in like 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes using them, and then they're just gone. I was sitting in one chair at a table. I got up, I walked away, I made a drink, I came back, pliers are gone. I have no idea where they went. None in the whole house. No idea where this pair of needle-nose pliers went.
Did you ask her if she moved them?
Yep, she did not touch them.
All right.
She was sitting on the couch
Dog?
under the fuzzy blanket watching Law & Order SVU.
Dog?
No. They
Sure?
were on the table.
Yeah, the dog could probably get up on it. I
Nope.
mean, I just, because
They're just gone. The dog was on the couch on the fuzzy blanket with the fiance. I don't know. I don't know where they went. And I acknowledge I'm super scatterbrained. Sometimes I get up from the table, I just grab whatever I'm using, I walk away, I set it down, I don't think anything about it. 5 minutes later, I'm like, yo, what the hell? And I'm sure that's what I did. And I'm sure sometime in the next few days, I'm gonna be like, putting away dishes or doing laundry.
you're going to hear that clunk, clunk, clunk,
Yep.
clunk in the washer, wondering
Yep.
what that is, but still putting it in the dryer, and then you hear clunk, 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 and there they are.
Yep, it'll pop up. But the point is, in a matter of quite literally less than 2 minutes, I just lost a pair of pliers. Had to go out to the garage and get a different set of pliers because I could not find the first one. So
it wasn't your favorite pair of needle nose.
No, it wasn't.
Your only pair of needle
they
nose?
were her pair of needle.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, here's why I'm telling you this, because you're going, what the hell, Rob? Why are you telling me this? Here's the answer. Because this morning I got up and I was reading, I was scrolling through Twitter, and I came across a story from NBC News, which is very interesting. There was an astronaut named Jasmine Mugbelly and her partner Laurel O'Hara, who were performing a spacewalk on the International Space Station. And they have tool sets, just like we do, right? Same tools. They take them up in space. They clip them onto the astronauts' belts. They go out there. They do their work on the ISS during a spacewalk. And then they come back in. And apparently, while they were doing this spacewalk, one of the clips on one of the tool bags on one of these astronauts snapped, and the tool bag floated off into space. Just floated off into space. That's not even the fun part of the story. The fun part of the story is NASA is now tracking the tool bag, which has entered low Earth orbit around the planet. And as it continues to descend, it will eventually re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. That's not even the cool part. The cool part is when it does, it will burn up brightly enough that people on Earth will be able to see it. So maybe, Courtney, me losing that one pair of needle nose pliers isn't that big of a deal. At least my mistake won't be able to be seen from the surface of the planet. So I feel better about one pair of pliers going missing.
You did all that. You know she's not listening, but
100%. That's why I did
made
it now.
Made you feel better.
That's why I did it now. That's why I didn't do it at 7 a.m. That's why I didn't do it at 7:30 a.m. when she's listening. All right? I got it off my chest. We're clear. It's one pair of pliers, not dropping an entire tool bag into low Earth orbit. So yeah, I feel much better now. Much better now. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a show lined up for you today. A lot to get into. Your newest college football playoff rankings are out at this point, and Lonzo's Buckeyes are not number one in the newest college football playoff rankings. They have descended.
Oh, no, it's the end of the world as we know it.
To number 2, the Georgia Bulldogs are now number 1 in both the AP and the college football playoff poll. Michigan sticks at 3, and FSU sticks at 4, though there was apparently discussion and debate about moving the Washington Huskies up to number 4. Now, as we have pointed out time and time again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There are 5 undefeated teams in a playoff position right now. All 5 of those teams have the same reality out front of them. If you win every game between you and the end of the season, you will be in the college football playoffs. It's real simple. That is true for Georgia. That is true for Michigan. That is true for Washington. That is true for Ohio State. That is true for Florida State. Win every game, you're going to the playoffs. Real simple. What is not so simple is that all of those teams have 2 things left in front of them that they have to deal with. A regular season rivalry game finale and a conference championship game. For the Georgia Bulldogs, they are on the road this weekend in Neyland Stadium taking on Tennessee. Now that on its surface does not look like much. Tennessee got walloped by Mizzou last weekend. By the way, that walloping at the hands of Mizzou and the fact that Georgia smoked Mizzou is why Georgia jumped Ohio State according to the playoff committee. We'll talk about that later on. At the number 2 spot, Ohio State has a date with Michigan lined up in 2 weeks, and assuming they win that, a Big Ten championship game the week after that. At the number 3 spot, the Michigan Wolverines have that same date with Ohio State lined up in a week and 3 days. And if they win that, a Big Ten championship. At the 4 spot, Florida State has an FCS school this weekend, but the week after that, they've got to go down to Gainesville and take on the Gators in a rivalry game. That's just the Gators. But you know how rivalry weekend works. What do they have left to play for? Get into a better bowl game and stop Florida State from going to the playoffs. You think Florida's not going to give you what they got? And then the week after that, who do they have waiting for them in the ACC title game? Louisville, who, by the way, is now ranked inside the top 10 in the playoff rankings at this point. So that now matters. So all of these teams have something left ahead of them, really 2 somethings left. And then there's Washington, who's on the outside looking in. But we know either Ohio State or Michigan are going to take an L, A, and B, Washington's going to have a rematch with the Oregon Ducks. By the way, a very good Oregon Ducks team. An Oregon Ducks team that I have told you multiple times, I believe is the most complete team in all of collegiate football right now. But all 5 of those teams have the exact same scenario. If you win out, regardless of the degree of difficulty of doing so, you are going to the college football playoffs. So it doesn't matter if you are 1, it doesn't matter if you are 5, or wherever you are in between. Win out, go play for a natty, drop a game, and don't, because there's a log jam of 1-game teams. There are 10 teams right now that are all 1-loss teams or undefeated teams, and all of them have an argument. So coming up later on the show, we are going to take a look at the log jam of 1-loss teams. We are going to take a look at the absolute log jam of teams that are going to make an argument trying to fight their way in as 1-loss squads. And we're going to see if there is one that we seem to like the most, like the least. There are questions, right? We got to look at Alabama and Texas. On one hand, Alabama's resume is better. On one hand, Alabama has performed better down the stretch. Texas was better up front. Texas has beat Alabama, but if Alabama is a 1-loss team come December 3rd, when the playoff committee puts out their final bracket, and there is an opportunity for one of those two teams to slide into the 4th spot, do you go with the Texas team that's 1 loss but hasn't really impressed anybody and doesn't have the excellent resume? Do you go with the Bama team that Texas beat, but Alabama played better ball down the stretch and did so in a tougher conference? I don't know. We're going to argue and discuss and debate all those things later on in the radio broadcast. We've got Dion in the news. I do have a bit of bad news. I left the blenders in the fortress of nerditude, Lonzo, because, and this may change, we got a lot of radio between here and 10 o'clock. No CSI Ann Arbor updates today. I know. For the first time in what, 2.5 weeks, we have no CSI Ann Arbor update.
It's the calm before the storm. It's the commercial break before everything hits. It's all that stuff.
You know what? You might not be wrong, because remember, Michigan goes to court on Friday seeking a restraining order against against the Big Ten, suspending Jim Harbaugh for the final 3 games of the regular season. But between here and there, nothing. We're going to talk about that. You know what else we have to talk about? And I don't see how we don't, Lonzo. How do you grade Draymond Green's sleeper hold on Klay Thompson last night?
It wasn't on Klay Thompson. You said Draymond on Klay Thompson.
I mean, not on Klay Thompson, on what's his face from the T-Wolves? Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. It just popped up on my feed. I'd already seen it. Somebody put Joe Rogan commentary over it, so I'm gonna have to listen to that later because I'm sure it's gonna fit pretty good.
I'm intrigued. There was a dust up last night between the T-Wolves and the Warriors in an NBA in-season tournament competition, and a couple of the fellas got into it a little bit.
I'm more interested in what he says because he's talking while he's doing it. He's saying something to him. I want to know what he's saying.
Talking about Draymond?
Yeah.
I mean, I have a sneaky suspicion we would not be able to repeat it nor play it on this radio program.
I agree, but I'm curious.
Draymond had Rudy Gobert's gigantic ass in a sleeper hold at midcourt last night. It wasn't a good one because he's not a,
I don't think
MMA guy.
I think it's a chokehold for sure. And is Rudy?
It's not terribly executed.
No. If he decided to flex and squeeze a little bit, he could have done some. Yeah. I mean, he has a pretty good grip.
Yeah.
Around the arm that's around the neck. So, it's not a straight up sleeper. It's like a modified chokehold. Yeah, for sure.
We're gonna talk about that later on in the show, and I look forward to that. We got your water cooler cheat sheet coming up at 7 a.m. At 7:20, we're going to play a little game we like to call Overreaction or Make Sense. Lonzo is going to hit me with some hot sports takes from around the internet over the last couple of days. I'm going to tell you if they are overreactions or if they make sense. At 7:40, we got a bunch of text on Monday. after it was announced that Jimbo Fisher got canned, that were people going, wait a minute, why are we paying a football coach $76 million to not coach when the education system is so broken? And I'm going to answer that question for you. You're not going to like it, but I'm going to answer it. When we come back here in just a minute. Yesterday, we had us a hearty little chuckle at Texas A&M because Texas A&M had their 501c3 12-man foundation come out and cut a check to the university like a Michael Scott fun run for the cure sized jumbo check for over $160 million. And I said, what a power move, right? What a big Stones move to do the day before you canned Jimbo. And I thought about it last night. And I realized there's actually a real good reason they did that. That was not random. That was not a, let's just recognize the hardworking efforts of our booster club. There's a reason, a football reason they did that. I'm going to tell you what it is when we come back. I am Rob Brown, the Great Malonzo's on the ones and twos. Ladies and gentlemen, ever so wonderful to have you along for the ride on a Wednesday. The Rob Brown Show is hot and heavy on the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, quick live read. Stay right there. We'll be right back and say good morning to everyone. All right, dudes and dudettes, we're back. Thanks for hanging out. Steven, Joe. Who else we got in here? Tyler, Trey. Morning, everybody.
Rain or shine 7 days a week, Thanksgiving evening through December 31st. Buy your Fast Pass or get your general admission passes at upstatelights.com.
If you have a dog, might be worried about your good boy being bad for your carpet. But if you had life-proof with pet-proof technology carpet, you wouldn't have to worry, even if you had a whole pack of dogs. Because life-proof with pet-proof technology delivers permanent built-in stain and soil protection that never washes or wears off. Quiet, sit, good dogs. Life-proof with pet-proof technology available only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. What does it say? Beware. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Shop Black Friday every day and get the best new deals all month long.
My daughter was diagnosed with the flu and I'm supposed to go home. I think I saved her to stay at the hospital another day. That's all you need, Steven, is to be jacked up, multiple surgeries, and then catch the flu. That's what you need.
Shop in store and online because Lowe's knows deals. 5 to 11/15. Tree decor includes ornaments, toppers, collars, and skirts. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Sponsored by Corley Plumbing, Air and Electric.
At Corley Plumbing, Air and Electric, we provide transparent, upfront pricing you can depend on. Call Corley Plumbing, Air and Electric today or skip the line and book online. CorleyPro.com. That's CorleyPro.com.
Mark Ryan tells it like it is.
Coming up on a Hump Day episode of Offsides with Mark Ryan and Diesel. We're live on location, 8004 Warren H. Abernathy Highway in Spartanburg at your local Ingles Market. Josh Tate will be joining the show. He's forecasting chaos. We touch your upset picks and hot seat coaches in the NFL, plus so much more, all on a Hump Day episode of Offside.
Number 1 for real afternoon sports talk.
The only person to play for the Rangers, Knicks, and Yankees. That's got to be it's got to be like an actor, right? So yesterday we told you the story about Texas A&M's halftime presentation of a giant check from the 12th Man Foundation, the 501c3, that exclusively exists to raise money for Texas A&M's athletic department.
It was one of those big Happy Gilmore
Yes,
checks.
it was.
Yeah.
They presented a giant check to the university to the tune of $166 million. And we had a good laugh at that, predominantly because it came less than 24 hours before Texas A&M would fire their head coach, Jimbo Fisher, with a $76 million buyout. And we had a good time laughing at that because their athletic director, Ross Everything is Music Bjork, went out there in his 2 sizes too small jacket and accepted that check and waved to the crowd, and everybody had a good time. And they went, oh, what a lovely donation. And then 24 hours later, Jimbo Fisher's out of his job, and A&M has the buyout money now. And I came to a realization. There's a reason they did that check presentation. Now, you'll see check presentations like that happen all the time at college stadiums. Ordinarily, like if a booster cuts a big check or they receive some more anonymous donation or whatever, they'll do some little presentation where they will provide, the opportunity for the booster to come out onto the field and be recognized. And it's usually like a feel-good moment for whoever is presenting the check to be recognized by the school in front of a stadium full of fans. But I was yesterday evening having a conversation with a couple of the boys. Went out for cigars and whiskey last night with some of the fellas, and we were having a conversation about this. And as we were talking about the check, because one of the P1s was like, man, I heard you laughing at the check. That's hilarious. And I'm like, right, ain't it? But then I had a realization about it. And the realization I had, Lonzo, was that while it was hysterical, without a doubt, I realized there was a reason that Texas A&M made that presentation with that giant check for $166 million. And it had nothing to do with Jimbo Fisher. It had nothing to do with the fans. It had nothing to do with the boosters. The reason they did that was for one reason and one reason alone, so that they could tell the highest of high-level coaches around the rest of college football, hey, we got the money to make you the highest paid coach in football. See, because the conversation for a year and a half now, the discussion has been going on that maybe it's time to move on past Jimbo Fisher. Since 2018 season, Jimbo Fisher accomplished nothing. Jimbo Fisher did not win a division. He did not win the conference. He was in contention for it one time, and he didn't get it done. He had never been to a playoff game. He did none of the things that the Aggies expected him to do for the amount of money that he was getting paid. People ask the question many times, why is Jimbo Fisher getting paid this much money? The answer is because the expectations out of Texas A&M for Jimbo Fisher were nothing less than championships. Nothing less. So, Saturday, when they presented that gigantic check to the university, that was not about providing those boosters with a nice moment. That was not about a photo op for the 12th Man Foundation to hang in their offices. That was not about recognition of anyone or anything in particular. Since the only question that had been asked as to why Jimbo Fisher is still employed is, does A&M have the money for the buyout? That was how they answered, hell yeah, we do. And not so much in, look at us, we have the money. But the amount of money was significant as well. Here's why. Jimbo Fisher's buyout was $76 million. Now, Lonzo, I am dumb and bad at numbers, but $76 million times 2 is $152 million. That check was for $166 million, a full $14 million more than twice the buyout for Jimbo Fisher. What's the point? What's the reason of that? Now, maybe I'm reading into this, but I don't think I am. The reason that they did this check presentation at halftime was not to show Aggie fans, look how great you guys are doing as boosters. The reason they did it was as a message to Dan Lanning or Mike Norvell or Dabo Sweeney or whoever else, Deion Sanders, whoever else they're going to target as their next head coach. That was a message to them that said, look, the conversation has been about the $76 million buyout. Here is a check that we are getting right now that covers Jimbo's entire buyout and the next guy's entire buyout and has another $14 million on top of that added in. That was not just a message that, hey, Aggie fans, we're moving on, hang tight. We're about to make a move, hang in there. That was a message to every potential Texas A&M head coach out there coaching at the highest level of football that, hey, not only can we pay Jimbo, but we could pay you the same amount and more. We have got Jimbo's buyout money times 2 plus extra millions on top of that. So if you are concerned about engaging in conversation with us because you're going, well, after they pay Jimbo, they're not going to be able to pay me the amount of money they need to pay me to get me out of Oregon or Colorado or Tallahassee or Clemson or wherever else. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Not only can we can do it just with the donations in this one check. Forget all of the money moving forward. Forget the fact that the 12th Man Foundation is going to continue to pump money into this program at this level. Just in this one ridiculous oversized check, we have Jimbo's buyout, we have your buyout, and we have $14 million on top of that extra. If you want to come to Aggieville, money literally means nothing to us.
I guess I see something totally different in this whole situation than you do. And what I see is, unless you're just there for the paycheck, which is not a bad thing, don't go there, because the fans have control over this entire institution. The fans have the money. The fans put together that check and said, go ahead and get rid of Jimbo, and they did. If that check doesn't exist, Jimbo is still the coach. So the fans there have the real power. And you hear, the fans don't run the team, we do, that kind of stuff. I guess that's not true in Texas A&M.
So I understand the premise. I would make the argument that while Aggie fans are likely more vocal and demonstrably in control, what you have just said is technically true about every college football program. The reason...
Yeah, but this is in your face, out there for everyone to see. It's speculative everywhere else, but now here's this huge check saying, hey, here's who has the power right here. This guy handing over this huge check.
See, I don't see it that way, and here's why I don't see it that way. What you're saying makes sense, but I don't see it that way.
So it's almost always about the money. I don't see why it's not about the money this time.
No, it is about the money. It is about the money. That's what I'm saying. It is about the money. It is a message to Dan Lanning, Mike Norvell, Dabo Swinney, Deion Sanders, whatever other Ryan Day, whatever high-level coaches A&M wants to target. They're going, listen, we will pay you more than Clemson. We will pay you more than Florida State. We will pay you more than Oregon. We will pay you more than Ohio State. It does not matter what level you are at. We will pay you more. And I can prove now in front of a stadium full of Aggies, I can prove that to you now, because we are getting one check that would cover Jimbo's buyout. It will cover your buyout if we give you the exact same buyout, and we still have $14 million more. And it's not so much about saying, hey, look, the fans have control, because every coach knows the fans have control. Dabo got in hot water 2.5 weeks ago. Why? Because who did he go after? The fans. And when you go after the fans, then the university steps in and goes, no, nope, can't do that, bro. Can't do that. Why do you think I had some critical words of Shane Beamer a week and a half ago? Not because of the win over Jacksonville State, but because what did he call the fans? Miserable. Some of them, the fans that have higher expectations, they're miserable. You don't go after the fans, because yes, whether you're at A&M or South Carolina or Clemson or Florida State or Florida or Miami, the fans ultimately have the power, because money is power. But if money is power for the fans, it's also power for the universities themselves, right? It is the power of the universities. And so what A&M was what A&M was trying to do in that spot was to show all of the other coaches at the highest level. Because here's what we've talked about. The Aggies aren't looking to go hire a guy from a FCS school. They're not trying to go with an experiment of a head coach like Florida State did when they brought in Mike Norvell, like Clemson did when they hired Dabo Swinney, like South Carolina did when they went with Shane Beamer. Texas A&M, as I told you on yesterday's show, has an unbridled, unregulated, and unjustified arrogance that leads them to believe that they, just by the sake of existing, are God's gift to college football, and they deserve to have whoever the hell they want. But here's the deal. There is only one way to get whoever the hell you want. And it's to pay them an amount of money they can't say no to. It's to give them an offer they can't refuse. And if you want a Dan Lanning or a Jimbo or a Dabo Swinney, how did Jimbo Fisher get out of Tallahassee? Why did Jimbo Fisher leave Florida State? Let's just use the example that's right there at the school we're talking about. Why did Jimbo Fisher leave Florida State and go to College Station? Because Texas A&M said, we're going to make you, if not the highest paid coach, we're going to put you in that conversation. And we're going to do so with a buyout clause where if we decide to move on, you're good forever. That's why he left. He didn't leave Tallahassee because College Station's a better job. He didn't leave Tallahassee to go to College Station because I want to be in the SEC. He left Tallahassee and went to College Station for one reason and one reason alone. Because they were going to make him an offer he could not refuse. And that is something that A&M is going to try to do to the next coach. So why the check at halftime? To show the next coach, whoever it's going to be, Lanning, Day, Sweeney, Norvell, whoever, that, hey, man, if money is important to you, if you were doing this as an investment, you're not going to find a better school to go to than us. The only question everybody had was, can A&M afford Dabo's buyout? So how did they answer that question? By trotting a check to midfield worth twice Dabo's buyout plus $14 million more. There ain't nobody in America asking, can they afford the buyout and hire another top-tier head coach? Yeah, they just put that on display in front of America. There was a reason for that check. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 1. Robin Lonzo with you on a beautiful upstate Wednesday morning. It might be beautiful. It's dark outside. Who knows? We'll find out in about an hour. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate.
College hoops last night, big top 20 battle as number 9 Duke beat number 18 Michigan State 74-65. The Blue Devils are 2-1. The Spartans dropped to 1-2. Duke led at 31-20 at the half. Caleb Foster with 18 points. Off the bench, Kyle Filipowski with 15 points. Elsewhere, Virginia beat NC A&T 80-51. UNC Asheville 117-54 winners over Carolina. Queens University of Charlotte beat High Point 74-72. Vanderbilt beat UNC Greensboro 74-70. A couple of roster moves for the Panthers on Tuesday. They released guard Calvin Throckmorton and signed veteran linebacker T. Davis. Veteran tackle David Sharp also back on the 53-man roster. He was released last week and then signed to the practice squad. The Fan Upstate is your home for Furman Paladins football play-by-play all season long. Catch every game right here live. Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Chuck Sanders with the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate.
Not to minute upstate. So far, great looking rush hour. Looked at I-85. I don't see any delays there. In between Highway 101 and I-385. Both sides of the roadway are running very nicely.
Posting me about A&M is they recruited all that talent and never looked different on the field. They still have looked average in the SEC, and that's just odd to me. It's Jimbo Fisher, man. Jimbo Fisher. I don't know if you, Jesse, saw my tweet yesterday. Some random went and pulled a tweet of mine from 2018 when they hired Jimbo Fisher that said, if you think Texas A&M's money combined with Jimbo Fisher is the secret, you're going to be disappointed. He'll never win an SEC West. Forget the SEC. He'll never win an SEC West. Somebody went and found the receipt for me of when I made that call the day Jimbo got hired.
Some random went and found it.
They did. They didn't follow me. I don't know who they were, but they replied to me and they're like, good take. And I went and looked and I'm like, oh yeah, no, it was a good take. I agree with you completely and entirely. It was a good take.
Big Blue may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2.
Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
It moved? Let's move. The Upstate Holiday Lights Show in District Park. Where's District Park?
This is why I don't take medication at work, because it takes my edge away
And takes my edge away.
and didn't really do anything as far as helping.
Upstate Holiday Lights sounds great for the family. How do we get tickets?
So I have to fight it till it wears off.
Fast passes at upstatelights.com. We went last year and the kids loved it. It's a Christmas
Anything, I think it's
tradition.
made my nose start
Family to Upstate Holiday Lights.
more.
Are you there? Probably more than once. The family loves it and it puts everybody in the holiday spirit. It kickstarts our hollies and jollies.
The Upstate Holiday Lights Show at their new location, District Park, at the intersection.
How early is too early to kickstart your hollies and your jollies? I mean, time of day. I'm not talking about,
Oh,
time of
gotcha.
year.
I was like, for me, Thanksgiving, but the fiance kickstarted her hollies and jollies the day after Halloween. To the point that we now have our big Christmas tree up, decorated and lit. We have our Christmas garland decorations around the house up. And I came home yesterday, and she, on the dresser in the bedroom, put a 3-foot mini tree in the bedroom that is now lit up and decorated, which I'm 100% fine with. It's cute. It's fun. But I was like, you are going all out this year. She's like, yeah, I'm in the Christmas spirit right now. Okay.
Still on the New Life weight loss maintenance program. Still burning the visceral fat. Still gaining the lean body mass.
I think it could be worse. It could be the opposite. Nah, I don't want a tree this year. Yeah, no one's coming over. I don't want any lights. I mean, there's probably a happy medium, but if I'm going to go one side or the other, I think I'd rather have all the Christmas stuff up. Once the work is done and it's up, it probably looks good, and That's what I need. Vicks Vapo Stick.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more
5 full-size trees. I will say, Joe, I think the fiance would put up that many if we had that many rooms. We have one in the living room. We have one in the bedroom. She wants me to put up one in the bro cave. My mom's coming up this weekend to spend a week, so she'll probably put one up in the guest room that my mom's staying in. So that's 4, but 3 of them are mini trees. Hey.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. If having turkey for the holidays, buy from a local farm, get one labeled USDA organic or certified humane. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for the cash back on my groceries.
No problem. Discover Cashback Debit gives everyone.
We didn't do a real tree this year. We usually do a real tree. We didn't do this year because we're going down to Florida for actual Christmas. So it's like we'd have had to take it down before Christmas anyway.
Express Employment Professionals. With nearly 20,000 job openings, Express Employment Professionals can help you find the right job. And Express never charges you a fee to find a job. Visit expresspros.com today.
From the Ingalls Market Studio,
Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. Great to have you. Rob Alonso with you on a Wednesday morning. We talked a little Texas A&M in the last segment, predominantly because it's very interesting to me in watching this play out, and it's very interesting to me in watching this play out because of the reaction that other people are having to it, and why
Would you not, right? Why would you not? This is a school that made one of the biggest splashes hiring a head coach back in 2017-18 when they took Jimbo Fisher out of Tallahassee, Florida, which in and of itself was a monumental moment in collegiate football. Think about that. This was a guy who won a national championship at a classic blue blood university, right? And that's FSU. That's not going to grab him from Missouri. It's not going to grab him from Cal. Well, Cal maybe not a fair example. That's the point is, you're not going to grab him out of some mid-tier Power 5 school. You took him from a blue blood university that he had won a national championship for inside that decade and hired him away. Now, the fun part for me, yesterday, I had a work meeting, and I was leaving said work meeting and on the way home when some random dude on Twitter went and found a tweet that I had put up dated August 30th, 2018. The tweet from the Rob Brown Show says, he had Jameis win and won in Tallahassee, then Clemson caught and surpassed FSU. If you think ATM's money is going to be enough to win the SEC West ever, you're in for a disappointing ride. Steven jumped on the stream just a minute ago. Sorry, Jesse jumped on the stream a minute ago. And he said, great point from Lonzo. What puzzled me about A&M is they recruited all that talent and never looked different on the field. They still have looked average in the SEC. And that's just odd to me. It's not odd to me at all. I called that shot in 2018 when they hired Jimbo Fisher. The reality is Jimbo Fisher is an average coach. There's a lot of average coaches littered across the history of college and professional football that won championships because they had a legacy player drag them to one. Jimbo Fisher's one. Jimbo Fisher had Jameis Winston and Kelvin Benjamin and one of the best defenses ever assembled bring him a natty. Now, that FSU team in 2013 in the regular season was dominant. But I also argue, I get into arguments with, or I've gotten into arguments with Florida State fans before because I've pointed out who on that schedule that year in the regular season, with the exception of Clemson, was a team that you're like, oh yeah, that showed them. That showed them. Now, listen to this, Lonzo. Pittsburgh, 41-13. Nevada, 62-7. Bethune-Cookman, 54-6. Boston College, 48-34. Number 25, Maryland, 63-0. Number 3, Clemson, 51-14 on the road. NC State, 49-17. Miami, number 7 in the country, 41-14. Wake Forest, 59-3. Syracuse, 59-3. Idaho, 80-14. At Florida, 37-7. Against number 20, Duke, 45-7. The only game that they had inside of a one-score game was the national championship where they beat Cam Newton and the Auburn Tigers 34-31. That team was a dominant team without a doubt. And Jimbo Fisher does get some level of credit for assembling that team. But hey, he assembled the number 1 recruiting class of all time at Texas A&M, and he did nothing with it. As Jesse pointed out, if I'd have told you this year, hey, Texas A&M just pulled off the number 1 recruiting class of all time, you'd have gone, no, they didn't. That's just Texas A&M, bro. Right? Like, that's just Texas A&M. The Aggies put on a show for a reason. The Aggies moved on from Jimbo for a reason. Because the Aggies learned what I tried to tell them back in 2018 when they hired this guy away from Tallahassee. He's not that good. He's not that good. He's an average head coach. I mean, he's fine. He'd be great for you if you're in Arkansas. He'd be great for you if you're Idaho, Nebraska. But if you expect a natty in the next few years, he ain't that cat. And now we've watched that be reality. So the reason A&M trotted out that check was to point out, because Texas A&M is not going to accept finding a Shane Beamer. They're not going to accept hiring a Dabo Sweeney from within. They're not going to accept rolling the dice on a guy from an FCS level team like a Mike Norvell. They're not going to accept that. To them, they should get pick of the litter from whatever top-notch school they want. And if they are going to do that, they've got to say, we're going to give you a bigger contract than we gave Jimbo Fisher. And the only way that they were going to signal out there that, because here's the other part of it. Let's say theoretically there's a coach at a top-notch program that's in playoff consideration, whoever they are. If they go have a conversation while they're in the midst, because Texas A&M has got to get a coach as quickly as possible, right? That transfer window is coming soon. What is it? December 4th, I think, the window opens. And when that window opens, you better make sure that you got a guy in there that can do two things. Number one, he can go talk to the kids that were out of that number one all-time recruiting class and convince them to stay. Hey, boys, I know you came here to play for Jimbo, but I promise you, if you stay here and play with us, it'll be worth it. And number two, he can work the transfer window and bring guys in to make up for the ones who are going to leave. You got to have a guy sooner rather than later. And so that means you got to be having the conversations sooner rather than later, which means you've got to have the head coach in there sooner rather than later, which means you need to be making calls now. But if you want to make a call, and Texas A&M does, if you want to make a call to a Kirby Smart, if you want to make a call to a Ryan Day, if you want to make a call to a Dabo Sweeney, if you want to make a call to a Mike Norvell, you got to do it now. But you've got to, they've already got, without you reaching out to them in advance, they've got to know when they're sitting in the office and that phone rings and it's got a Texas phone number attached to it, they got to know there's a reason to take that call and risk startling the natives. They got to know that if they take that call, it's going to leak. And if they take that call, if Mike Norvell takes that call in Tallahassee, it's going to leak. And when it leaks, Tallahassee is suddenly going to get real jittery. Hey, the guy that brought us back from being a 5-win team and now has us in the playoff discussion is considering leaving. He's considering getting out. And it's going to get real shaky. Boosters are going to get nervous. Players are going to get nervous. The portal might get more active. So if you're Mike Norvell, knowing that makes your job that much more difficult, you got to have a damn good reason to pick up that call. Well, now what do you have on your computer screen? Now you have the image of the AD of Texas A&M standing on the field with Jimbo's buyout money and your buyout money and $14 million on top of that in a single check. Now I got a reason to answer the call. Because even if it gets out, if money is my number one priority, and it may not be for all those guys we mentioned, most of them are already very, very rich. But if money is my number one priority, I know Texas A&M's got it now, for sure. It's no longer, can they afford the buyout? They already did. And they got the same buyout already saved up for me. Yeah, I can answer that call now if money is my number one priority. The question is, for which coaches is money the number one priority? Because that is the list of coaches A&M will target. Lonzo's got a sports flash. He is about to enlighten, entertain, educate, and inform you, and he's going to do it now.
The new CFP dropped last night, and there is a new number one. Georgia has gone to the top spot, while the Buckeyes fall to number 2. Michigan sits at number 3, and Florida State rounds out the top 4. Undefeated Washington remains at 5, ahead of one-loss Pac-12 rival Oregon. Texas, Alabama, Missouri, and Louisville finish out the top 10. Chaos broke out in the in-season tournament game between Golden State and Minnesota last night. Less than a minute and a half into the game, Jay McDaniels of the T-Wolves got tangled up with the Warriors' Klay Thompson after a flurry of NBA non-punches. Thompson's jersey was ripped. Minnesota's Rudy Gobert was in a headlock from Golden State's Draymond Green, and McDaniels, Thompson, and Green were all ejected. We are your home for Furman basketball. Tune in this Thursday, that's tomorrow, at 6:30 as the Paladins take on Liberty right here on the Fan Upstate.
Construction I-26 between 292 and Nashville Highway. From the News Talk 98.9 WRU Traffic Center, I'm Lori Houston on the Fan Upstate.
It's the last blast of summer sale for the Upstate Golf Cart. For a limited time, grab yours for just $40 and get access to 9 premier courses in the Upstate. Tee it up at Carolina Springs, the Preserve at Verde, the Club at Brookstone, the Rock, Greer Golf, Links O'Tryon, Rolling Green, Pebble Creek, and more. Grab your foursome and hit the course with the Upstate Golf Cart.
Get back to your day-to-day life.
UpstateGolfCart.com. $40 for a limited time only. Get yours now while supplies last. UpstateGolfCart.com. That's UpstateGolfCart.com.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want? I'll have an old fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
I'll have an old fashioned. Not right now. It's early. I'm a mimosa. The perfect breakfast.
Choose over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best.
Why did Kelvin Benjamin look like a monster wide receiver for FSU and a monster offensive lineman for the Panthers?
And now, get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at Bartesian.com/sips. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. You need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now only at Bartesian.com/sips. That's BARTESIAN.com/sips for Bartesian's best deal ever. Only at Bartesian.com/sips.
Tis the season.
Season for what?
For the Upstate Holiday Lights Show.
Where's that?
At their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153, millions of incredible Christmas lights and music, a giant Christmas tree, a 600-foot-long light tunnel, carnival rides, and even a petting zoo and pony corral.
Do we need tickets?
Yes, you can pick your dates and times, even by fast passes at upstatelights.com. We should all go together.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show opens Thanksgiving night at District Park at the intersection of 123 and 153.
Don't miss Provember at Lowe's. Save $80 on the DeWalt Combo Kit and save $20 on the 5-gallon pail of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, MVP's members earn 3 times the bonus points on DeWalt and HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams products. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before tax and fees after applicable discounts if any. Valid through 11/22, subject to change.
Look around. You can buy cars like these on AutoTrader. Like that car riding your tail. Tailgating right now. All those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro. Cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Hey football fans, this is Cole Bryson. Are you ready for the ultimate adrenaline-packed high school football experience? Tune into the Fan Upstate every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 for the Saturday Morning Scramble. You'll get the latest scores, insight, and exclusive interviews with star athletes and coaches. Plus, I'll be broadcasting live from your local Ingles Market all season. The Saturday Morning Scramble only on the Fan Upstate 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg, and on your phone on the Odyssey app.
Powered by Founders Federal Credit Union.
Sides, totals, props, parlays, futures, and much more real-time, relevant sports wagertainment. Weeknights at 7 at MGM tonight, exclusively on the Fan Upstate and on the Odyssey app. Listen on the Odyssey app. Search the Fan Upstate.
Gable's in first break.
Gable's in the first break.
Manufactured locally for the Carolinas.
This is the Rob Brown Show.
Yeah. I'm still not there, man. I'm trying my best. Had a little whiskey and honey last night, trying to get my life back together. I'm just not there yet. Ladies and gentlemen.
America.
Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show starts now. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do? Upstate South Carolina. Hello, America. What's up, world? Great to be with you. Robin Lonzo with you. Got your water cooler cheat sheet coming up here in just mere moments. Texter said, did you say A&M would call a Kirby smart? LOL. That'd be a waste of a call. Again, there's the old expression, what's the worst they can say? No. Worst they can say is no. Now, there's another thing that happens in reality, which is some people think they have a right, think they are entitled to more than they are. Y'all, that is the Texas A&M Aggies. They think they are just entitled to have whoever they want. But here is the ugly reality of that. Money can pretty much get you anything on planet Earth. Pretty much anything. Not everything, but pretty much anything, right? How many stories have we heard of people getting things that you could not dream or fathom of because they had the money to get those things? It's just a reality. You don't have to like it, but it is how the world works. A&M displayed that big check to show we got that money. I'm not saying that Kirby Smart or Mike Norvell or Dabo Sweeney or Ryan Day or anybody else, Deion Sanders, is in it exclusively for the money. I'm saying that if they are in it exclusively for the money, A&M is the destination. All right, we'll put the Aggie stuff to bed now because I'm over it. What we do need to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is get to your water cooler cheat sheet. The 3 things you have to know before you go start talking sports with your coworkers on your first smoke break. This is today's water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that? No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is your water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 items you have to know from the world of sports before you go start talking sports with your coworkers. Let us begin, ladies and gentlemen, with item number 1. Your college football playoff rankings, week 3, have dropped, and there aren't many surprises, though there is one predominant one, as Lonzo is about to remind you all. It doesn't matter, okay? For the top 5 teams, it doesn't matter. The only thing that it matters for are the matchups, right? That's it. But with Ohio State and Michigan playing each other in a week and 3 days, that doesn't even really matter today, because this is all going to get jumbled again when one of those 2 teams drops down into the ranks of the once beatens. Georgia takes over the number 1 overall spot in the college football playoff rankings. I will argue it does matter a little bit, because the higher you are in the top 5, most likely means the higher that you will be when you drop into the ranks of the 1 losses. If you are Georgia and your 1 loss comes in the SEC title game against Alabama, you are likely to drop less dramatically than if you are Washington at number 5 and your 1 loss comes to Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game. But Georgia gets the 1 spot. Ohio State University gets the 2 spot. Their Big Ten rivals, Michigan, get the 3 spot. FSU rounds out the top 4. Undefeated Washington remains number 5. All 5 of those teams have the same reality in front of them. Win out and you're in. All 5 of those teams have 3 games remaining. For the majority of them, they have a cakewalk game, they have a rivalry game, and they have a conference championship game remaining. If you win all 3, you are in. One of them cannot win all 3. We know that, obviously, with Michigan and Ohio State playing each other. Georgia has at Tennessee, Georgia Tech, and an SEC championship game. Ohio State, who do you guys have this weekend? So off the top of your head, do you know? Ohio State this weekend.
I want to say Minnesota.
I want to say Minnesota as well. Yeah, Minnesota. Ohio State's got Minnesota, followed by Michigan, and then a Big Ten championship game if they win both of those. Michigan has Maryland, Ohio State, and a Big Ten championship game should they get by the Buckeyes. Florida State has North Alabama, Florida, and the ACC championship game. And the Washington Huskies have, Oregon State, Washington, and then probably Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game. Your one-loss teams stack up this way, and I would argue that your one-loss teams all do have a chance. Oregon is at number 6. If they went out, including the Apple Cup, against DJ and his Oregon State Beavers, and then they beat Washington in the Pac-12 championship game, I think Oregon's going to the playoffs. Texas at 9-1. If they were to win out and win the Big 12, I do think there's a very good chance they can go. That being said, I think there is a better chance that Alabama goes. Alabama's got an FCS game, followed by the Iron Bowl, followed by Georgia and the SEC title game. To me, resume jumps them over Texas, not over Oregon. Here's an interesting wrench. Number 9, Missouri. Remember about 6 weeks ago, I said, hey, Mizzou, Eli Drinkwitz is coaching for his job this year. Well, Mizzou is now 8-2. Mizzou is not only ranked number 9, Lonzo, but they are ranked number 9 over 9-1 Louisville. Louisville has one bad loss. Louisville has the loss to Pitt. That's not a great loss. 21-38. They got beat by the Panthers. If that loss would have been to Notre Dame, North Carolina, Duke, I think Louisville's probably sitting at number 9. The fact that Louisville's at number 10 and behind a 2-loss team, despite being a 1-loss team, tells me the playoff committee does not consider them a genuine threat. However, if they go 12-1 and they end up knocking off an undefeated Florida State in the ACC title game, would that bump them up into contention? I don't know. I mean, I think it would jump them over a 2-loss Mizzou who does not play for a conference championship, but I do not know if it jumps them over a bunch of other teams knocking off an undefeated FSU, especially considering the reason FSU's at number 4 and can't go higher is, frankly, the resume's not that good, right? FSU, with the exception of, it was thought, Clemson, did not catch the best of the ACC in their regular season schedule. The only top 25 dub that the Noles have right now, courtesy of Miami tanking, courtesy of Florida tanking, courtesy of Clemson tanking. The only top 25 win the Noles are going to end the regular season with is beating LSU. And oh, by the way, LSU, who is now ranked number 15, is a 3-loss team. One of those 3 is FSU. That's a 3-loss team. So they don't get a lot of credit for that. So beating the Noles for Louisville, probably not going to be enough. We'll talk more about that later on in the radio broadcast, but that is your playoff rankings. Let's go to item number 2. Glug, 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 glug. Item number 2. We talked A&M. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, but I am keeping track of the coaches who say no, or more importantly, perhaps, who don't say no. We know that Dan Lanning said straight up, outright, no. Dan, any interest in the A&M job? Nope. Everything I need and want is here at Oregon. I am not leaving. And I appreciate that. I understand it's a strategy, but we have now entered the territory of coaches who go, come on, guys. Come on, guys. Who's in that club? Mike Norvell's in that club from Florida State. Mike Norvell got asked about it. He said, there's no reason to talk about it right now. That's not a no. Dabo Swinney got asked about it. Dabo said, I'm just trying to get ready for this weekend. It must be November. And that's fair and comedy and funny. Yeah, for sure. It must be November. We're talking about hiring practices and opportunities for schools. It must be November. But, Lonzo, he didn't say no.
Wow.
It is what it is.
Okay. All right.
Do I think Dabo's going to Texas A&M? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. I'm going to go ahead and warn you right now. Across the great state of South Carolina, there are going to be hosts today that are going to go, Dabo's in the mix at A&M. All right? I'm just warning you. There's going to be people who are going to say that because Dabo didn't say no. Do I think Dabo's going to Texas A&M? No. But I'll tell you what he did do.
Obviously, he's disgruntled and, he's calling out fans and things like that. He's not happy where he is. So, of course, he didn't say no. That means he's on his way out.
I had a buddy last night.
Sarcasm.
Who said, when we were talking, we had this conversation yesterday evening, who said, hey, Dabo didn't say no. I said, right. I understand he didn't say no. And he said, if Dabo was going to leave, what would be the reason? This is what I said to him. I said, if Dabo was going to leave, what would be the reason? If I told you that Dabo was leaving Clemson today, Lonzo, what would you say would likely be the primary reason he left? It's Tyler. Yes. Tyler from Spartanburg, right? Let me ask you a question. If you were going to leave a school because of disgruntled fans who had expectations that you considered ridiculous, where's the worst school you could go to? Texas A&M. If Dabo was going to leave Clemson, the only reason he'd leave is because he's tired of the fans, which is why he had the meltdown 2 weeks ago that consumed sports talk radio in this state. He had a meltdown against the fans. If he was going to leave, I promise you, he's not going to go to a place where the fans are the most obnoxious in college football. Fans who think they deserve to be in the playoffs when they have never sniffed them before, right? Cincinnati has been to the playoffs more than Texas A&M. He's not in the mix, but there's drama because he didn't say no. Mike Norvell didn't say no. Now we add another to that list. Deion Sanders got asked if he would be interested in Texas A&M. His response, quote, I want to win. I want to win a game. So you think I really do sit down and think about this kind of stuff? Like, what strikes me about that, about myself, that you guys really think I sit down and say, oh, yeah, come on. I'm good. We got to win. Let's focus on this week. We play on Friday, so we lose the day of practice, so we've got to focus, end quote. That, again, is not a no. Now, do I think Texas A&M is going to get Deion Sanders? No. Why? Because Deion has not proven anything yet. At this level.
but Deion played in Dallas, so that which is in Texas, and Texas A&M is in Texas, so that means that's where he's going.
I appreciate the hell out of that effort. I am all in for the rabble rousing, rabble, without a doubt. But no, and I'll tell you why. Texas A&M doesn't want Deion. They don't want Deion because he hasn't proven anything. They're the first list of qualities for the guys that Aggies are going to look at is, have they already won something that we can benefit from? And Deion just hasn't. Let's go to item number 3. All right. This is very briefly a baseball story, but I'm saying it because it is something I can't recall. I'm not saying this never happened, but I can't recall off the top of my head. New York Yankees general manager Brian Cashman is under a lot of fire this offseason. The Yankees this past season were wildly disappointing. They were expected to be contenders for the AL Beast. They were not that. In fact, they were not good this year. Cashman was asked about outfielder Giancarlo Stanton. Giancarlo Stanton is a guy that's under contract, but the Yankees are trying to decide exactly what to do with this guy. So what did Giancarlo Stanton and the Yankees have an interaction about yesterday? Well, Cashman at the general manager meetings in Arizona was asked about Giancarlo Stanton, and he said, quote, "We try to limit the time that he's down, but I'm not going to tell you he's going to play every game next year because he's not. He's going to wind up getting hurt again, more likely than not, because it seems to be part of his game." Damn, dude. Damn. Then Giancarlo Stanton's agent decided to get involved. Joe Wolf is his agent. He sent out a statement on X, formerly known as Twitter, that said, quote, "I read the context of the entire interview. I think it's a good reminder for all free agents considering signing in New York, both foreign and domestic, that to play for that team, you've got to be made of Teflon, both mentally and physically, because you can never let your guard down, even in the off season." Now, this is interesting for two reasons. Number one, you had a GM taking a shot at a player. Now you have the agent of that player taking a shot back at the GM. But here is what is even more interesting. Wolf, including the phrase about foreign players, is very notable, because Wolf represents a number of high-level international players, including Japanese pitcher Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who is considered a top-level pitching prospect in Major League Baseball. So now a guy who represents, although he is oft injured, one of baseball's biggest power sluggers is taking shots at the GM of the team that player currently plays for, while representing a number of free agents that more than likely the Yankees would be interested in signing. Zoe, top of your head, can you remember a spot where a GM took a run at a player currently on the team during the off season like this?
No, I wonder if this is going to start a trend, though.
I can't imagine another GM goes, "Oh, that seems like a good idea. What if I take a pop at one of the guys on my roster, one of the most important pieces of my roster, for having the audacity of getting hurt playing sports?"
Yeah, that's that goes with it, and he shouldn't have gotten hurt.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
If you get hurt, then whatever comes your way, you deserve. Because if you took care of yourself better,
Yeah, it's obviously your fault.
Yeah, for sure.
And then finally, I am going to do because we will be coming to this later on in the radio broadcast. Momentous news out of the Pac-12 yesterday, as it was announced that a Washington County judge has ruled in favor of Washington State and Oregon State. You'll remember there's a court case going on right now because everybody in the Pac-12 is leaving, with the exception of Washington State and Oregon State. They are staying behind, and the Pac-12's bylaws stated that once you declare your intent to depart the conference, you no longer have a vote in conference affairs. Well, everybody's leaving the conference, with the exception of Washington State and Oregon State. And they said, wait a minute. When USC and UCLA left, all of you said they don't get to vote anymore. And you upheld that. You did not, after USC and UCLA announced last year that they were going over the Big Ten, all of you said, y'all can't vote in conference, no mas. Now, we, the only two remaining members of the Pac-12, have decided that y'all can't vote in the conference anymore. You don't have a say. And do you know what is subject to voting in the conference? The conference is finances for the season, the money that goes from the conference to the schools. They said, wait a minute, all of you agreed to the protocols and the bylaws. And when USC and UCLA announced their intent to depart and said, but we don't want to lose our votes for financing in our final 2 years in the conference, you all said, absolutely not. Bleep you. You don't get a say anymore because you're leaving. So bleep you. You don't get a say in our finances because you're leaving. And now a judge said, yeah, no, they're right. You did. You agreed to that protocol, which means those two schools now have the sole 2 votes in Pac-12 governance and assets, which Lonzo is valued at $400 million this year. We're going to talk about this coming up later in the show because this is a monumental decision. When we come back here in just a minute, Lonzo and I got to play a little game we like to call Overreaction or Make Sense. Lonzo's going to give me some hunt and sports takes from around the internet over the past week, and I'm going to tell you whether people are overreacting or if their takes make sense, and we'll do it next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, another quick live read, and then we're back. Y'all don't go nowhere. Report back, kids.
Stuff.
And a cookware set for under $75. Plus, I got $10 off home finds as a Kohl's Rewards member and earn Kohl's Cash. So if you want the season's best for less, you know where to go. Select styles. Toys, coupons do not apply. Kohl's Rewards offer and 20% offer end November 18th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Sponsored by ChumbaCasino.com.
Chumba.
Casino-style games. Chumba Casino is your go-to destination for nonstop entertainment. Play for fun and play for free at ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Take control of your listening experience with Rewind on the Odyssey app. Missed a jaw-dropping moment? No worries.
The Odyssey app makes it easy.
With Rewind, you can relive big moments from Mark Ryan, Rob Brown, Jim Rome.
Today is Cameron's birthday. It's a big one now. Yeah.
30?
Yeah. It's just
Oh,
yeah.
Sweet summer child.
Yeah.
The Rob Brown Show continues right here on the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for us to play a little game where Lonzo's going to give me some hot takes from around the internet, and I am going to tell you if they are overreactions or if they make perfect sense in a cleverly titled little game we like to call Overreaction or Make Sense.
I think you're overreacting.
Let's all calm down.
This is a huge deal.
I think you're overreacting a little bit.
I am not overreacting.
Remain calm, everyone.
This is a big deal.
That's an overreaction.
Everybody calm down. Look how calm I am.
That was an overreaction.
Look, let's all just calm down.
This is not a big deal.
All right, let's get started with this thing while I can talk without coughing. Alabama is the one-loss team with the best chance to get into the playoffs.
Oh, wait, I have to unmute my thing. There we go. I know I can do it. I'm a professional. I'm actually going to say that is true, and here's why.
Don't you be disrespecting. I mean, you know.
Yeah, well, whoever I disrespect wins the natty. That's how this works.
Okay.
I would love to tell you that it's the Oregon Ducks, and I absolutely think the Oregon Ducks will have earned and deserve it. On top of that, the Oregon Ducks right now are in the highest non-undefeated playoff spot. But if Alabama is able to win out, who will they defeat in their final game? The Georgia Bulldogs, the consensus number one, a team that has been the AP's number one team for 23 weeks. By that point, it will be 25 weeks, just 8 football season weeks less than the first team, USC 03 to 05, with the longest run as AP number one. And on top of that, the College Football Playoff Committee, while it is, I do not believe, a top-notch priority for getting them in, does value what these teams bring to the television. And Alabama brings a metric buttload of eyeballs. And I think that would push them above Oregon. I do not like it. I do not want it. I think the Oregon Ducks are the most complete team in football. But Jalen Milroe has been so good, and a knockoff of the number one team in America, Georgia, the two-time reigning defending undisputed national champions, I think would be the resume boost that moves Alabama up over Oregon and into that 4th spot, should it become available, assuming there are multiple losses left amongst the undefeateds.
By the way, buttload is an American measurement. I'm not sure it translates
That
into
is
the
not true.
metric system.
It is a French measurement.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. Steal my joke. If South Carolina doesn't end the season bowl eligible, friend of the show, Shane Beamer, will get the wonderful vote of confidence.
Oh. That's not the usual sounder, but it felt appropriate.
Yeah, it worked. It sounds familiar.
I am going to say he will not get the dreaded vote of confidence. What I will say is I do think he will be told, hey, the feel-good stuff has got to kind of take a back seat. Now, you can't have him stop it entirely because let's be honest, the feel-good stuff is a good chunk of the reason that South Carolina's recruiting right now is as good as maybe it's ever been, right? Players like that. Players want to be around that. But this is where the dichotomy checks in. You have got to balance the feel-good stuff that attracts recruits and players with doing it in the face of a very disappointed fan base. And I do think that if Shane Beamer's Gamecocks are not bowl eligible at the end of the year, I think it would be fair for South Carolina fans to be disappointed after what you did last year, after how you saw this team ramp up at the end and get bowl eligible and put on a show in that bowl. I absolutely do believe that it would be justified for fans to be disappointed. And so I think there will have to be a long, hard look about, all right, how do we balance the sunglasses and locker room dancing that recruits love with not doing that in a way that our fan base feels like we are gloating and celebrating their disappointment. And I think it'll be a tough conversation to be had. That being said, reports yesterday out of Starkville, Mississippi, that Shane Beamer is towards the top of Mississippi State's wish list for a replacement head coach. I know. We're going to talk about that later in the show.
All right, next one. J.J. McCarthy can still win the Heisman despite receiving the Cade Klubnik treatment last week against Penn State.
He can. Now, it's going to be harder for him to do it. A. B. They're going to have to open up the offense. J.J. McCarthy's possibility to win the Heisman depends on what the judge says on Friday. There's a part of me that believes that a part of the reason that J.J. McCarthy had the handcuffs slapped on him against Penn State this weekend was because Jim Harbaugh wasn't there. And Jim Harbaugh is the passing game coordinator for Michigan. He's the one that organizes it and executes it. He may not be the primary play caller, but he's the one that tells the primary play caller, hey, this is kind of the idea we want to go with here. Without Jim Harbaugh, Michigan becomes a team that is going to run the ball 50 times and throw it 8. And if they do that 2 weeks in a row, there is no chance J.J. McCarthy wins it. So if the judge on Friday says, no, you're right, Michigan, Jim Harbaugh can come coach one more game, Jim Harbaugh shows up, he takes the handcuffs off J.J. McCarthy, and McCarthy goes out for another 375, 4-touchdown day against Maryland, he is right back in that mix. But if the judge says, no, they followed the correct protocols your school agreed to, therefore you are suspended, then I think Michigan runs the ball against Maryland, I think they run the ball against Ohio State, and I think they run JJ out of the Heisman contention.
All right, I don't want to read this next one, but I will anyway. I think it has to do with cricket or something. The MLS has the best postseason format in all of American professional sports. No,
it absolutely does.
No, it doesn't.
What's the format?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter
because no one's watching.
You don't even know.
Yeah,
people watching or not watching a thing it has zero relevance on the quality of the thing.
Okay, you got me there.
You know that there are some great television shows that you enjoy that nobody else watches.
That's true. That's
Doesn't
true.
make them bad, does it?
No.
The MLS playoffs are the best formatted playoffs in American professional sports, and here's why.
Are they round robin?
They are not round robin.
Okay, so that's a step up right there.
Here's how they are. You have the 2 lowest level playoff teams play a 1-game wild card buy-in on both sides in the East and the West. Then you have the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, Alonzo, you have multiple. I did not mean to click John McEnroe. That was an accident.
He was really loud too.
Yeah, he was. Shut up,
extremely
John.
Loud.
In the second round of the MLS playoffs, teams that get matched up in the second round play a best of 3 series. The winner of 2 of those 3 moves on. Then you get to the semis and the finals, which is 1-game elimination, right? So you have a wild card to make sure that you get in a team that it maybe got real hot at the end of the year, but didn't have the best regular season, so you can bring the hottest team in. You have a 3-game playoff to make sure that the best 4 teams move on to the semifinals. And then you have single elimination semis and finals to make sure that the guys aren't exhausted when it gets to the 3 games that we care the most about, the semis and the finals. So what is the March Madness is America's favorite sporting event outside of the Super Bowl. But what's the one big complaint? You lose one and you go home. How many times do you think the honest to goodness best basketball teams win March? Once out of every 8-9 tournaments? Does the best basketball team win March Madness? Because it takes one bad day to eliminate for you from the tournament. But in the MLS playoffs, in the second round, you got to win a best of 3. The longer any given series is, the more likely it is that the true better team is going to win it. This is why I've made the argument that Major League Baseball's NLDS should be a 7-game series. Because a 7-game series, the best team is going to win it more often than the best team wins a 5-game series, which is dramatically more often than the team is going to win a 3-game series, right? So if you give me an opening round wild card, I know I'm getting the most hot team in that maybe didn't have the best regular season. Then they've got to win a best of 3, which means that in the second round, you are taking out the soccer teams that are not the best teams, but they just happen to maybe you had the weakest conference, the weakest division. You eliminate the NFC South. That's what you do. The MLS version of the NFC South. You won the worst division in MLS. You're not good enough to be here. You are going to get beaten 3 games by a team that is better than you, that did not rank as highly in another division. And then once those teams are gone, once the NFC South teams are gone, then you go to single elimination, and it's whoever's got the most gutsy play is going to win. It includes all 3 elements of what makes different playoffs great. The MLS playoffs are, hands down, the best formatted postseason in all of American sports.
All right,
hands down.
I got confused after wild card. We've got time for one more. If Alabama beats Georgia, they become the conference with 2 representatives. The SEC would be the conference with 2 representatives in the CFP.
I honestly think that is correct. I honestly think that the SEC, the Pac-12 is the conference that should have 2 representatives. In my opinion, if Oregon plays out its regular season undefeated, if Washington plays out its regular season undefeated, and if Oregon beats Washington in a good football game in the Pac-12 championship, it should be Oregon and Washington. If there's room for a conference to have 2, it should be Oregon and Washington. But if Alabama beats Georgia, I think they would jump over as one-loss conference champs. I think they might jump Oregon because as much as every year we say, oh, we don't want rematches. We don't want the same old teams. We don't want the same old folks. It was proven a couple of years ago when we got an Alabama-Georgia rematch, and it was one of the most watched college football national championships of all time, that while we say that, we are, and this is true, liars. And we are going to watch because we love rivalries above all else, and we are going to watch. The Pac-12 is the conference that should get 2 reps. But I think the SEC will be given the old wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We know what you do with ratings and get placed there. Let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, we got a couple of texts yesterday that were going, hey, Rob, why is Texas A&M playing Jimbo Fisher that much money when our education system is broken? And the answer is, it's your fault. And I'm going to explain that when we come back on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Here's the sports flash on the Fan Upstate. Furman football wraps up the regular season this Saturday when they visit Wofford. The Paladins are tops in the Southern Conference, riding an 8-game winning streak. Clemson football home this Saturday against number 22 North Carolina. The Tigers have wins in 2 straight. South Carolina football hosts Kentucky this Saturday night. The 4-6 Gamecocks have won 2 in a row. A couple of roster moves from the Panthers on Tuesday. They released guard Calvin Throckmorton and signed veteran linebacker T. Davis. Veteran tackle David Sharp also back on the 53-man roster. He was released last week and then signed to the practice squad. Carolina's 1-8 overall, 1-3 at home, 0-5 away from home. Looking to snap a 2-game losing skid. Won't be easy this week when they host the Cowboys. Dallas is 6-3 on the season. Classic Rock 101.1 is your home for Carolina Panthers play-by-play all season long. Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Chuck Sanders with the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate.
Up to minute upstate traffic. Looks like you take a little bit of a breather now if you're traveling northbound I-85. Had a trouble spot at Pelham Road. Completely gone. Really, the backup's pretty much gone there as well. Seen a tiny delay along southbound I-85 between Spartanburg Highway and Highway 101. Congestion along I-26 between Walnut Grove and Highway 221. And construction, of course, I-26 both sides in between Highway 292 and Asheville Highway. From the News Talk 98.9 WRD traffic.
Probably, Stephen.
On the van, upstate.
We've had talks about times of reflection as far as certain ages and how you hit a certain age and you start thinking, what have I done? And stuff like that. And as I told him, and he was not being negative about it at all, still got a lot of life ahead of you. And you've done a ton of things that a bunch of other people have never done. So, and still got time to do more.
I think it's fair for young people to have those moments because you have a lot of life ahead of you really only slaps if you've experienced that lot of life ahead of you, right? So like somebody's 30, all they have is 30 years of experience, and 30 years is a long time. If you're threatening 60, you're like, hey, I've lived twice as long as you, but it doesn't hit for somebody who hasn't done that.
Well, I didn't start in radio till almost 30.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, that's when things really started for me. Other than my marriage, that's when things really started. I found direction and things like that.
If you're turning 30, like I remember 30 was an existential crisis for me. Cause I mean, I was in radio at that point, but like I'd been in like 4 or 5 years, I think. And no, I've been in 5 years at that point, something like that. But I was working at a mom and pop radio station in Destin as a nobody. And it was like, what have I accomplished? I haven't accomplished anything. I'm 30 years old. Now at even just 38, I'm like, man, look how far I've come in the last 8 years. Like, look what I'm doing now. But when I was 30, I had nothing to put that into view, into a paradigm with. And I'm probably going to, when I get to like 50, wherever I am at 50, I'm going to look back and be like, man, 38-year-old Rob was such a dummy. You know, like.
I think you should be more thinking about 40 first, but you know.
Yeah, that's right down the pipe.
It is. It absolutely is. Yeah, 60 is the next big number for me. So, but I still got a little ways for that.
Call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986.
I hate that I don't know what some acronyms mean, and the only way to find out is to click on them.
Tell me. I know.
No, I'm not.
Tell me what it is.
I'm not telling you anything. Never mind. It was not. It's just North Dakota State University. I saw NDSU, and it was like, okay, what's that mean? It's probably means something. I don't know what that means.
General admission passes at upstatelights.com.
Join us at Odyssey.
It's all, I mean, Trey, I mean, I could look and say I haven't accomplished anything, but my main dream was to have a son and a daughter. It's so weird, and be a father to them like I didn't have myself. And I think I've done that pretty well. So everything else is extra. You may say that's simple, and that's not. I mean, it's easy to do. It's not.
I don't think anyone says that.
I mean, as far as, well, you can go out and have a baby. But the father part, that's totally different. Hey, Rob. How does a person like myself become cool like you? I mean, because that liner says you're like, the master
keeper
of
all
cool.
things
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. I mean, how does one do that?
One does not become cool. One either is cool or is not cool.
Oh, okay, so it's a soul thing or something like. So even if I were to dress like you, I still would not be cool.
No, I think everyone is. I think everyone's cool. Okay, everyone's cool. The question mark is, are you willing to put in the work to bring out the coolness? It's like this. Everybody's got muscles. Every person who's born has got muscles. The question mark is, how much work are you willing to put into them to develop them, to bring them out? You have the same opportunity to have a six-pack as everybody else. The difference is, are you willing to go do the 10,000 sit-ups a day you need to do to bring them out? For some of us, it comes easier than others, right? I heard a guy the other day explain something. We were talking about, he was talking about how much your genetics play into your body type, losing weight and all that. And he said, people say, oh, I want a swimmer's body. He said, you got to understand, people don't become swimmers and get that body. People have that body and become swimmers, right? He's like, he explained it like with football players. He's like, oh, football players are big and beefy. Football players aren't big and beefy. Big and beefy guys are football players because you fit into that. And that's something you are good at because of how you're shaped. Being cool is inherent. Everybody has the ability. The question mark is, can you figure out you're cool and develop that? And the answer for me is obviously yes. I've done that like 3 times over. Question mark is, can you do the same? All right.
Wow, I feel lesser now.
You should not. I just told you, you're cool. You have brought your cool out. You have done it, Lonzo. That's why you're on this. That's why you're on the show.
No, I'm just coattailing. I may not be cool, but I know a guy.
All right, let me say this real quick before we run to a break. I might have to get back to this later on, but I do want to bring it up. Sunday, Jimbo Fisher was fired by Texas A&M. I'm not going to do another A&M segment. Stick with me. We got a text on Monday. Said something to the tune of, I am not directly quoting, I'm paraphrasing, but it's close. It said, Rob, how in the world have we reached a societal stage where we are giving a head coach $76 million to not work while the state of our education system is in the state that it is in? And I told this individual, it's your fault. And they were like, oh, what? Whatever do you mean? Well, let me explain. Businesses, and college football is a business. You don't have to like it, but it is true. Businesses invest in the places that people, customers, you, me, us, collectively, tell them we want them to invest. And I asked this individual, hey, let me ask you a question. When's the last time that you went to your favorite college's campus to support the arts? When's the last time you went to see a play or a concert? When's the last time you went to your favorite college campus to watch a scientific debate? When's the last time you went to your favorite college campus to hear a graduate student give a master's thesis? When's the last time you went to your favorite college campus to go watch the academic team compete? When's the last time you went to your favorite college campus to watch a robotics competition or a coding competition? When is the last time you did anything at all, period, to support your favorite college outside of athletics? Because I am betting that for about, I don't know, Lonzo, 99% of us, the answer is not since I was in college.
Unless they have a kid that goes to the school and does
Sure.
some of that stuff. Yeah.
Sure. Unless you got a kid there. If you ain't got a kid there, I would bet about 99% of y'all have never done anything to support any of the academic endeavors of your college. A few of you have, but again, probably 99% of you haven't. Have you gone to watch a robotics tournament? Have you gone to watch a coding tournament? Have you gone to watch an academic debate? Have you gone to see a play? Have you gone to listen to a concert? Have you done any of that? And if the answer is no, there's your reason. That's why. Because as that one guy in the movie The Program said, when's the last time 80,000 people turned up to watch a kid do a damn chemistry experiment? They can pay Jimbo $76 million because they gambled. If Jimbo Fisher would have won a natty, Texas A&M would have considered a worthy investment. And they were willing to gamble $76 million that he was that dude. That he was that guy. Turns out he wasn't that guy. They lost a $76 million gamble. Now, I wonder what people who know what the hell they're doing could do for the education system in the state of Texas with $76 million. I assume a lot. And we won't go down that road for some philosophical disagreement purposes. But the point is, you and I do both agree that $76 million will go a long way into pumping up the academic ratings of different schools at different levels across any state that $76 million was paid into. But here is the ugly reality. Outside of those of y'all with cheering, ain't none of us doing anything to support nor endorse the academic endeavors of the colleges and universities that we love. We're just not. Ask all your Clemson buddies today. Ask all your South Carolina buddies today. Hey, when's the last time that you gave a charitable gift to the athletic department? And when's the last time you gave a charitable gift to the science department, the math department, the legal department? When's the last time you supported the arts? When's the last time you supported the English department? When's the last time you supported the liberal arts department? When's the last time you supported any department that wasn't the athletic department? And what you're going to find is that about 95% of the people you ask are going to say, never, or not since I was in school. If you want to know why it is that we are going to be good with the university paying a guy $76 million not to be the football coach, it is because that is the priority that we as a nation have put on our colleges and universities. Now, I'm not complaining. It pays my salary. It gives me this job. This job would not be as fun every day if this country decided that academic teams were what we wanted sports talk radio shows to be about. I mean, that's not true. I would still love it very much.
I was going to say, we could really give some good info on
I would
teams.
love to come in here and break down academic team debates. I would have a ball. But also, none of you would. I promise. Point here is, when you get mad about Jimbo Fisher getting $76 million to not be a coach anymore, I just want you to remember the organization that decided to hire this guy, the organization that put this whole thing together, and the organization paying him the $76 million is the organization that every Aggie fan sends money to make that happen. And it is the same level organization that you, when you donate to your favorite athletic department, you're just giving to their counterpart. That is what we have decided is okay. I've decided it's okay if Lonzo does a sports flash now.
Thank you for permission. A few big scores in college hoops last night. Number 1, Kansas escaped number 17, Kentucky, 89-84 with a 24-point effort from guard Antonio Reeves. The Wildcats shot just 33% from the floor. Number 9, Duke escaped number 18, Michigan State, 74-65, despite a late push from the Spartans. 3 Duke starters had double digits, while Caleb Foster added 18 off the bench. After an embarrassing loss to Denver on Monday night, the Buffalo Bills will partner Josh Allen with a new offensive coordinator after firing Ken Dorsey from the position. Quarterbacks coach and former Carolina Panther offensive coordinator Joe Brady will elevate into Dorsey's office. The most recent coach to dismiss any connection to the open Texas A&M job is Colorado Chief Deion Sanders. Asked about interest in the position, Deion said, "I'm good." We are your home for Furman basketball. Tune in tomorrow at 6:30 as the Paladins take on Liberty.
Still on the New Life weight loss maintenance program. Still burning the visceral fat, still gaining the lean body mass, and I'm increasing my. This is real food. It's not a gimmick. Check them out. New Life weight loss.
Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. For your free private weight loss consultation, call 864-203-4290. That's 864-203-4290 or online at
Good morning.
Good morning.
weightloss.com.
The Ingles Advantage isn't just about savings or the best quality food for your family. It's more than that. It's the advantage of being a part of a community. That's why we provide over 2 million pounds of food every year through regular donations and programs like the Ingles Giving Tree, Food for Thought, and the Ingles Fill a Backpack program. It's the right thing to do, and we know that you would do the same. Ingles, your neighbor for over 50 years.
It's the last blast of summer sale for the Upstate Golf Cart. For a limited time, grab yours for just $40 and get access to 9 premier courses in the Upstate. Tee it up at Carolina Springs, the Preserve at Verde, the Club at Brookstone, the Rock, Rear Golf, Links O'Tryon, Rolling Green, Pebble Creek, and more. Grab your foursome and hit the course with the Upstate Golf Cart. Order yours today at upstategolfcart.com. $40 for a limited time only. Get yours now while supplies last. UpstateGolfCart.com. That's UpstateGolfCart.com.
Tis the season.
Season for what?
For the Upstate Holiday Lights Show.
Where's that?
At their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153. Millions of incredible Christmas lights and music, a giant Christmas tree, a 600-foot-long light tunnel, carnival rides, and even a petting zoo and pony corral.
Do we need tickets?
Yes, you can pick your dates.
Someone has a guitar question for you, Rob.
UpstateLights.com.
I am still on. I want to get a new guitar. I'm still playing my 50th anniversary Fender Strat with the double humbucker. Terrible timing. Sorry, Will. Me. 50th anniversary Fender Strat. It is I bought it for shows. And then it just turned into my all the time guitar. I've got a orange amp, practice amp that I use when I'm at the house. It is a beautiful amp to the point that the next thing I'm going to invest in is going to be buy, not an investment. I'm buying
If it brings money, then it's an investment.
It will not bring money.
Okay.
I plug straight into our PA when we play gigs.
Oh, okay. All right. So you got a straight up
sound.
sound guy that does all it? Okay. That helps.
So we dial in our sound up front. We do a full band sound check before we start. And then we have a guy, we've got like 4 or 5 guys that do it for us that come to shows, and we give them the board's controlled by a tablet, and he just stands in the middle of the bar, dials us in, hands us the tablet back, and then we're set. So the amp is 100% for my in-home entertainment. It never leaves.
Upstate Lights, first break.
I'll answer that when we come back, Trey. And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The third hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now. Yeah.
I had to give it a shot. I mean, because maybe you wanted to give it.
Nope, regret that. Not going to do that again. Spectacular to have you all. I hope that you're exceptionally well. Let's get into this Pac-12 story real quick, because it's I don't know. Does anybody care? Like, I find it weird that there are all these stories that take place in different parts of the country that don't necessarily have a big impact on us. But at the same time, I just find them wildly interesting, and this Pac-12 story is one of them.
And it's about a conference that's going away, though. I mean, that's the part.
It is. Which is why, I mean, like I said, it does matter dramatically for the schools involved. And I kind of want to talk about it almost to see if we find ourselves in a way that maybe I didn't initially think of that it impacts us. But this story is wildly fascinating to me. So if you've been paying attention, if you've been following the story, the Pac-12 is dead. The Pac-12 is no more. There are 2 regular season weeks remaining in the life of the Pac-12. And at the conclusion of this season, all of the teams in the Pac-12, with the exception of Washington State and Oregon State, will be moving on to new conferences, the Big Ten and the Big 12 primarily. Well, 2 years ago, I guess a little bit less, ballpark 2 years ago, the USC Trojans and the UCLA Bruins announced that they would be departing the Pac-12 and heading to their new conference, the Big Ten. And all the schools in the Pac-12, which were all the schools in the Pac-12 except for those 2, said, all right, hold up. The Pac-12 protocols state that when a team officially announces, school officially announces its departure from the conference, they lose the right to vote within that conference anymore. They lose the right to have any say in the operations of that conference moving forward. And all the schools agreed and said USC and UCLA no longer get a say in what is going to happen to the assets of the Pac-12. And they all agreed, and USC and UCLA said, you're right, we signed up for that. We're good with that. We're out anyway. We don't care. Bye, Felicia. Well, now all the schools are out with the exception of 2, Washington State and Oregon State. And those 2 schools said to all of the other schools, not just USC and UCLA, but Oregon, Washington, Stanford, Cal, Colorado, et cetera, Arizona State, Utah State, said, hey, look, y'all are out, y'all are done. And based on the rules that you yourselves put into play, you do not get a say in what is going to happen in the conference from this point forward. That includes control over the estimated $400 million worth of assets in this conference. Because while the conference is going away in its current iteration, by definition, the conference is not going away. It's just going to be a 2-member conference. And all the things that the conference owns, in the bank, stay in the bank. Those are our things. Those are ours. And we reserve the right to determine where they're going to go. And you have forfeited the right. Now, there is a bigger reason here that Washington State and Oregon State waited until these schools announced their departure to then go, oh, BT Dubs, you guys remember when you said USC and UCLA couldn't vote anymore? We are pulling that number on you. You can't vote anymore either. And the reason is something that the ACC has dealt with recently. The reason is there is a nuclear button on the table. And that button could be pushed with enough institutions deciding to push it to dissolve the conference. And guess what happens if they dissolve the conference? The exit fees to be paid to the Pac-12, which does still exist, though it is only a 2-member conference right now, the exit fees don't exist anymore because there's no more conference to pay them to, right? Which means that Washington State and Oregon State would be left not only sans conference, but sans all the money that they would need to rebuild the conference potentially. by getting schools from lower level conferences and bringing them in, by upgrading FCS schools to FBS schools and inviting them into the new Pac-12, et cetera, et cetera. Do I think that that is a viable option for the Pac-12 to maintain its existence? No. But hey, it's not going to stop them from fighting. It's not going to stop them from trying, right? So if Oregon State and Washington State can cease the Pac-12 in its current iteration from voting, they can prevent the schools that have already announced their intention of departure from voting on the dissolution of the conference in its existence, and therefore wiping clean any exit fees that would be paid back to the Pac-12. Now, this is not entirely done. The ruling from Whitman County Judge Gary Leby is stayed until at least Monday. Why? Because attorneys for the departing 10 Pac-12 schools are obviously going to appeal the decision. According to Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports, depending on a timeline for the appeals process, the case could continue for months without a resolution. Leiby's ruling is a sign that the Cougars and the Beavers are in a position to win the case against the departing Pac-12 programs over control of the league's decision-making. At the center of the case, control of more than $400 million this year in Pac-12 revenue from TV contracts, the Rose Bowl, and the NCAA basketball tournament. That revenue is normally distributed to each school, starting with installments in December, with each school due between $35 and $40 million. With the announcement of the exits of those 10 Pac-12 schools, with the exception of Oregon State and Washington State and Oregon State now control those distribution rights, granting the schools the ability to use that revenue in different ways, including withholding it entirely from those exit schools. Now, in the ruling, Judge Leiby described this as a modified preliminary injunction. He said it is, quote, not a shutout, and ordered that the 10 departing schools be treated, quote, in a fair manner, end quote. He said he does not believe that Washington or Oregon State will make any decisions that, quote, directly harm the 10 members, end quote. And that if they do, the court will hear about it, and they would likely be back to fight over that as well. There were well over 2 hours worth of hearings. Both sides argued that the unknown was a good enough reason to do the thing that they wanted done. Oregon State and Washington State said, look, we have no idea what the hell is going to happen when these 10 schools are gone. And we don't want to be left in a spot where we just lose our athletic departments because we can't make money anymore. This money is what will float us until we figure out our future. The 10 schools that are leaving said, whoa, they can't have all that money. They can't have unilateral control over that money, because if we don't get our checks this year, we don't know what happens to our program. It's going to be a year before we start catching checks from our new conferences, and we don't know if we can survive without that money. And the court basically said, all right, here's the deal. You all did agree to this when USC and UCLA left, that they don't have voting rights anymore, and so therefore it's only fair you follow your own decisions. On the flip side, Washington State and Oregon State, you can't just say you get nothing. You can't just tell them that you're not getting a red dime out of us. Not happening. Because you will kill those programs too. The truth has got to be somewhere in the middle. It's like a parent when their youngest and their oldest kids start arguing over who gets the cookies. Well, I ain't found the cookies. Well, I called dibs on the cookies. All right, well, you can't just have all the cookies. You got to share the cookies. Well, I found the cookies. He said he didn't want cookies yesterday, so he shouldn't get cookies today. Just stop. Just share the cookies, all right? So this story is really interesting to me, predominantly because a lot of it is going to go the way of trying to, let's just call it what it is, save the Pac-12's existence. Just save the existence of an entire Power 5 conference. And I don't know how that plays out at all. I do not know how that plays out at all. I am oddly fascinated, Lonzo, as I think we have made it abundantly clear with our continued coverage of the twists and turns that are CSI Ann Arbor. I love when there is a blending of courtrooms and football fields, man. I love it. It's phenomenal to me. Texture said the hateful eight should have thought about that before destroying tradition. I mean, all they thought about was, ooh, Big 10, more money. Ooh, Pac-12, more money. I mean, Big 12, more money. We got the hookup. Holla if you hear me. Because at its core, I think this is part of the fascination for me. At its core, Lonzo, is college football fans having to take a step out of their world of idealism, in which college football is pageantry and tradition and pomp and circumstance and passion, and realize that, no, it's not. It's money. It's nothing but money. It's always been nothing but money. It's only going to get progressively more about the money. This is about, they don't give a good gosh darn about your traditions or your pageantry or your pomp and circumstance unless they are figuring out how to monetize it. That's all.
And one way to do that, and the Pac-12 got this right by going away, is now these teams go into conferences that play on East Coast time and not West Coast time. And now people will actually be able to see them and watch them play, and that will make them more money.
Yep. The Rose Bowl matters not to the Pac-12 schools. They don't care. Because if they go to the Big Ten, they obviously still have a connection to the Rose Bowl with whatever iteration of the Pac-12 comes up. But more importantly, the Big Ten's going to pay them more money. Oh, well, you're not going to have some of these incredible rivalries anymore. Again, they don't care.
Make new ones.
Yeah. Because the Big Ten is going to pay them more money. It is painful, I know, when you are snapped out of what you consider what I consider idealism and snapped into reality. It's painful.
It's easy to fall into patterns, and that's what all this is. You're nostalgic about how things used to be because it's a comfortable pattern where you've settled in year after year. This is how things are. This is how things are going to be. And then suddenly it's not there anymore, and you're actually going to have to think a little.
Yep.
People don't like to think.
They don't like to think, that is correct. They also people don't like their deeply held convictions challenged. Right? That is just an evolutionary leftover for us. When we develop deep convictions, we don't like when they're challenged. And I get it. I understand. It is why people tell you, your mama told you growing up. What are the two topics that you do not discuss at the dinner table? Politics and religion. Why? It is because those are the two deepest held convictions of most people. Your religion and your politics are deeply held convictions. And for most people, not everybody, but for most people, when your deepest held convictions are challenged, it makes you feel challenged because those convictions make up who you are. And when those things are challenged, it feels like the challenge is not against your convictions, not against your beliefs, but against you. And that is true about everything. And that is something that college football fans are, I think, having a real problem with here. Because you have held it in your heart for years that what makes college football great to you is the pageantry and the tradition and the pomp and the circumstance. And that might be true to you. But because it's true to you, you have lived in this assumption that that's true to everyone. including your schools. And you are now learning and watching court cases pop up around America. You are now learning that your schools don't feel that way, and your conferences don't feel that way, and your leaders don't feel that way. What stings more than when you have a belief in an organization or a person, and then one day you find out, oh, they were all about the money, right? What stings more than when a politician that you put faith and belief into one day gets busted for insider trading or something like that, or goes to jail for breaking the law? You're like, oh, man, that sucks. Not because you really cared about
or
them.
goes walking on the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah, whatever. Lots of stuff. It stings. It stings because you have to look at yourself and go, I blew it. I put my faith, my belief into something, and I did not challenge that faith and belief, and it stinks. And the same is true for your colleges. You are looking, if you are a, let's say, USC fan, and you were led to believe for years that USC was great, fight on, because all the traditions wrapped up around USC football history. And the Pac-12 stuff, and the rivalry with UCLA, and the Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all, and all these other things. And then one day your school went, yeah, we're done with all that. And you went, why? And they went, 'cause money. That means for years you had a belief that all this stuff mattered to your school, and then the school looked you in the face and went, we'd rather have more money. Which means that all your beliefs, you were wrong. It stings. I think that's why this is so interesting to me.
What the hell you guys say politely? I want to take a tinkle. I went to take a tinkle. It came back. That's polite, right? Tinkles. I went to take a tinkle. It went back.
We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show. We're back after this on the Fan Upstate.
Lights.
All right, guys, quick live read right here, and then we're right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, dudes and dudettes, we are back. Thank y'all for hanging out.
At Granger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want? I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now, get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/sips. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now only at bartesian.com/sips. That's BARTESIAN.com/sips for Bartesian's best deal ever. Only at bartesian.com/sips.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or surgery? Hi, I'm Dr. Elliot Hirschhorn with New Life Weight Loss, and I know the secret. Our program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally, safely, and effectively. We can help you lose unhealthy fat without counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no HCG, no drugs, and no surgery. Learn more at mynewlifeweightloss.com.
Bill Frady here, still on the New Life Weight Loss Maintenance Program, still burning the visceral fat, still gaining the lean body mass, and I'm increasing mine. This is real food. It's not a gimmick. Check them out. New Life Weight Loss.
Many patients
Wanna
lose
see
20 to 30
if,
pounds in about a month or two.
since you set it up so
Free
that
private weight
anything-
loss
Hey, look, everybody, Diesel's here.
That's put something in queue
What am I, chopped liver?
and play it to see if Rob hears it through his headset.
Chris is.
Hi, chopped liver.
I had a question for you.
I'm trying the thing first. Hold on.
Would I find this entertaining if I was sitting on the couch watching the game, or would this be a nuisance? Would this get in the way? Does it enhance the enjoyment for the viewer?
Do you hear that? Put your headphones on.
Yeah, he'll hear it.
And there are your book guys together.
I hear it.
Yeah, it's in queue.
Yes, I heard that.
I thought that's what he asked. He wanted to see if he could hear it, which is always going to be the problem. So if he's editing,
Right, there's no way to.
Mark Ryan's going to
Not as
hear
far
it.
as I
Yeah,
know.
yeah. There's not.
Split out.
I started thinking about that after you talked to me about it. There's no way. I mean, so it's doesn't really solve anything.
It's the same. It's the same as in the ORD studio.
Right.
If we're doing Pulse.
Right.
You have something in queue, and everybody like.
Yeah.
The question that I have for you: did you ever get the thing back from the guy?
I did not, but I don't know that that's really my responsibility. I put forth the effort that I need to put forth. I think you might need to go up further in the chain.
Fair enough. I'll talk to managers about it.
Because I don't know what else I could do. Yeah.
I wanted to check it.
Yep.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Our playoff rankings are out, ladies and gentlemen. As we have mentioned multiple times over today, the Georgia Bulldogs, I don't know why I went Mike Dickey there, are the number one team in this week's college football playoff rankings. The Buckeyes of Ohio State check in at numero dos, Michigan 3, Florida State 4, and the undefeated Washington Huskies in a de facto playoff spot at number 5. And, you know, over the last couple of weeks, I've had some thoughts every time that these rankings have come out. And I did so again last night. And I thought I would bring them to you for conversational purposes. You're welcome, Lonzo. That's what I'm here for. Make your life better. Let's start with this one.
I don't know how it's going to make my life better, but you go ahead.
Just by being here. You
Well,
know?
that is true. You are a joy. You are.
I've been called worse. So let's start with this.
If you don't like compliments, I can go the opposite if you need me to.
You spent all day yesterday doing that.
I did.
don't need it again.
I did. Yeah, but you got me with the Michigan thing. My wife's still mad about that, by the way.
Sorry, Miss Lisa. 9-1 Oregon, 9-1 Texas, 9-1 Alabama, 9-1 Louisville. There's a log jam, and we know that for a fact. At least one more team will be joining those ranks. The loser of the Ohio State v. America's team game that is going to take place next Saturday. Those two teams, Michigan and Ohio State. Sorry, Ohio State and America's team. America will play, and the loser will become a one-loss team and will drop down into the ranks with Oregon, Texas, Alabama, and Louisville.
That's made some people mad. There are a lot of people like me not happy with them calling themselves America's team.
Sorry, Lonzo, you're American, so you're a Michigan fan now. It's not the rule.
Don't do it. Don't do it, because
it's not rules. Those are Jim Harbaugh's rules. He said it.
Because even though you're wearing a hat, I know what's underneath it. That's all I'm saying.
So, how, once either Ohio State or Michigan join the one-loss teams, how in the world are we going to determine should it be necessary? Because let's make abundantly clear before we get into this, there is a universe, and honestly, not an unfathomable and unlikely, but not an unfathomable universe in which we have 4 undefeated teams. Georgia, as we have mentioned.
But that takes care of the problem, though. I mean, if you have 4 undefeated teams and you've got one on the outside in Washington, you move them up, boom, it's done. There is no more argument.
I agree, except for 2 things. Number 1, I think it is more likely than it is not that we have at least 2 of the remaining 5 undefeateds take a loss outside of the Ohio State-Michigan game. Georgia's got to play Alabama. I'm going to tell you right now, I like Alabama in that game. Washington's got to play Oregon. I'm going to tell you right now, based on what I've seen the last 3 weeks, I like Oregon in that game.
I am curious, what is the reasoning why Ohio State dropped and Georgia moved up? Because to me, I think it's more so if Ohio State drops to 2 and then they lose, they can move them further down the list, and then they don't have to worry about people going, oh, man, they're going to put them back in the playoff anyway.
I'm ever so glad you asked, Lonzo, because the commissioner of the College Football Playoff Committee actually answered that question for you. One of those questions was, why did Georgia jump up? And the answer there, according to the chief of the playoff committee, was that Georgia now gets more credit for the win over now a top 9 Missouri team. They basically are saying that Georgia, in having defeated a top 20 team in Kentucky, a top 9 team in Mizzou, a top 9 team in Ole Miss, has just done more than Ohio State. And frankly, I don't think that's a bad argument. In fact, no, scratch that. That is correct.
All right. So up until that point,
it's a resume thing.
Ohio State had the better schedule. I mean, as far as playing top whatever teams.
I think that was part of it. I also think it is the part that Georgia, through the first 6 weeks of the season, didn't really do anything.
The shuffling, in the end, it just determines who you're playing in the first playoff game.
Correct.
But at the same time, I mean, it's odd when there's shuffling going on without losses. It's weird. It's a weird visual for people to try to explain. Again, I don't care either way, because you got to play whoever you put in front of you, whether you're 1, 2, 3, or 4. But I think it's bad optics, because what you're telling a team is, hey, you better go out there and beat the pants off the next guy you play.
I think what you are telling a team is who you play and how you play them matters. Who you play and how you play them matters, right? Again, we go back to Georgia. The first 2 wins, UT Martin and Ball State. Nobody cares. Game 3, South Carolina comes into your house. They got you down at halftime. And while you won that game by 10, took you till the end of it to pull away. Then you beat UAB. Nobody cares. Then you played Auburn. You won by a single score. It's not a great Auburn team. And it wasn't until the week after that you picked it up, putting 51 on Kentucky. You beat Vandy by 2.5 touchdowns. You smoked Florida. You beat Missouri by 9, but now Missouri's a 2-loss team that is inside of the playoff top 10. And then you beat the brakes off of Ole Miss, who was inside the top 10 when you played them. It is as much about who you play and how you play them as it is anything else. So I think that's why you're getting that shuffling, but it is also why I think it is fair to ask when it comes time, how are we going to pick apart all of these one-loss teams? How are we going to pick apart the teams that are the Alabamas, the Oregons, the eventual either Ohio State or Michigans, the possible Oregon/Washington, the possible FSU and Louisville? There is, again, it's unlikely.
Well, championships. I mean, because in order for any of those teams to be considered, the champion would go in ahead. So wouldn't you think if Alabama defeats Georgia, shouldn't Alabama go in ahead of Georgia?
Not necessarily. I mean, again, we have seen in the years past that has been solved by having 2 teams go in. Happened to your conference last year, right? So that is not having the conference championship is not always the determining factor. Yes, on its surface, you would go conference champion, especially if the 2 teams that are in question are both one-loss teams. I go, okay, Alabama just beat Georgia. How can Georgia go in ahead of Alabama when Alabama just on the field? That's the reason we've always wanted the playoff is we want to see who wins on the field, not on paper, not in a computer system, right? That's why we went playoffs. That's why we got away from the computer systems. I'm going to come to the phone lines in just a minute, but I want to finish these thoughts up. So if, let's say hypothetically, Oregon beats Washington in the Pac-12 championship. Louisville beats Florida State in the ACC championship. Ohio State beats Michigan in the Big Ten de facto championship at the end of the year. They're a one-loss team. And Alabama beats Georgia. Let's say we end this year with one undefeated team. And it's the big. Hell, let's say somebody loses that game. The winner of the Big Ten Michigan-Ohio State game goes on and loses the Big Ten championship game. All right, we can have 13 one-loss teams. No, we can't. We can have 9 one-loss teams. But we had 9 one-loss teams in the mix right now, right? How are we going to figure that out? And the answer is just like we figured out or just like they determined, they used the criteria to determine to move Georgia ahead of Ohio State. It is going to 100% come down to this year more than ever before who you played and how you played them, the schedule, and Lonzo's eye test. Now, I hate the eye test. I hate it because people tend to fall to recency bias when you're using the eye test. What have you done for me lately? And to me, we play a 12-week schedule, a 12-game schedule.
See, that makes it sound like that you're saying what happens on the field doesn't matter.
No, I think it does matter, but I think it matters as much in week 1 as it does in week 14. I think it matters as much in week 2 as it does in week 14. And I think when you go eye test, a lot of people forget about week 2, 3, 4, and they focus on week 12, 11, 12, 13, 14. And I think that's an unfair way to handle it. So this is this has the potential to go one of 2 ways. We're either going to end up with 4 undefeated teams and none of this matters, or we're going to have 3 spots for one-loss teams. And then we get to determine who goes in, and we're going to have a lot of conversations. And then none of those are going to matter because we're going to 12 teams next year. You want to go to break or take a call before we do? I'm putting it on you.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up. We need to take a break to stay on the clock. Sorry.
Texter or caller, if you are on the line, stay there. I will get to you immediately coming out of the break. Your phone calls are welcome. 844-326-3663, 844-326-3663. Text us 71307. Start your text with FAN. We'll take your calls on the flip side on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
That was hours.
All right, dudes and dudettes. Rock 101 used to have a quiz type show or debate show held for high school students on Saturday or Sunday mornings.
That was brain. I don't know if it was going Rock 101.
Was it like an academic bowl kind of thing? Okay. All right, guys, I'm gonna hit the restroom. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Baby, bye, 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 bye. Don't want to be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for two. I was on in the bathroom and started singing it while Lee was in there. And now I wonder what he thinks of me as a person.
I'm guessing didn't change his opinion either way.
Yeah, we've worked together long enough. He knows I know NSYNC. That comes as a surprise to precisely no one.
Well, I didn't know it was NSYNC until just now. I knew it was a boy band, but it was one of them. It is impressive that you know the lyrics so well, though. When I've heard you
I won a high
not
school
know
talent show with that song.
Okay, because I've
Me and
heard
the
you
boys, we did the
not
whole-
know other lyrics.
We did
that
the whole
well.
dance to that song.
Were you like the fourth guy or first guy?
I was Joey Fat One.
Okay. I actually know who that is.
Can we talk about the fact that they gave my name, my dude, the last name Fat One? You're the fat one. I mean, Fatone.
He wasn't really fat. He's heavier now.
I mean,
but-
compared to JT, he was.
yeah, well, I mean, who, according to Britney Spears, is not a very good guy.
Did she say that?
Talking about Timberlake, right?
Yeah.
You didn't see the whole deal
I saw the story about she got an abortion.
The abortion, and supposedly he sit there and played a guitar while it was going on, and there was just a bunch of stuff. It's all internet stuff, and I'm not going to get into it too deep, but if it shows up, I'll look at it and see. Wow. Hugh Jackman makes me feel so old. He's doing squats, man. That's just, oh my God. How much weight is that?
Kevin, kind enough to hang on through the break. Let's get him locked and loaded on the show. Welcome back, big fella.
What's happening, man? What's going on, fella?
Nah, doing good, buddy. How you doing?
Oh, hey, man, I'm about to find out this Friday, man. I'm first Friday. I ain't had nothing to do in a long time, man.
Yeah, you and me both, big fella. You and me both.
Hey, man, it's like both of us in upstate up here. Other than going to see Gabson, man. Hey, man, everybody got sent packing last week.
Man,
bro.
it was a bit of a purge for the upstate. Got a couple of teams still alive and playing. We're gonna have the Move of the Chains fellas on Friday to break down the remaining playoff teams. But yeah, you and me a little bit disappointed with the outcomes last Friday for sure.
Disappointed with that. I tell you what, Chester came to play some football, man. They came with a physical brand of football that we have not saw all year long. Like we were aggressive most of the year. But when I tell you Chester came with, I'm going to punch you in the face, and if you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to do it again. Like, that's just the way it went.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I like that football. Don't get me wrong. I love it. But what we do is pick up off some of that and take that into next year.
Yeah, I think that there's absolutely going to be a future for the Chapman Panthers without a doubt. I like that team. I'm interested to see with another year of development under a new coaching staff, kind of the direction that they take. And more importantly, and this is where it kind of gets real fun, there is, I mean, let's be real. There's a transfer portal in high school football nowadays, right? Like it's an ugly reality that a lot of people don't like to address, but there are going to be a lot of teams that are a lot of teams going to see a lot of talent that move out and move in. And a lot of that is based on how your season ended and what the end looked like, whether it's a state championship or getting bounced from, upset in the playoffs, etc. And I got to think with what Chapman accomplished this year, that's got to be a school that ends up becoming a destination for a lot of kids.
I hope so, man. All these houses that's going up between Barton Springs off number 9 and all that good stuff, man. Somebody's got to come across the street and come on down the road, man. Everybody can't go down to these other big schools, man. We got some boys that we got some coaches and some players that we need some help over there. Man. We need some more biscuit eating boys. Need a couple more athletes. So we're gonna see if we can't take our talents.
I want you to know, Kev. I want you to know that the phrase "biscuit eating boys" got Lonzo perked up.
Hey man, listen though, we already don't get a lot of love anyway. So when you come out with the biscuit eating boys, it just makes your eyes jump. Like, okay, there's some big boys up there, and then my boys like, I can sit on the sideline and broadcast the whole game and watch the defensive line and offensive line do their thing all night long. Oh yeah, that running back just went 60 yards. But did you see these two boys up here going at it just now?
Yeah.
Did you see that? If you didn't see that, then I don't know what to tell you, because that's the reason why he went 60 yards.
Yep.
So, and being from that, hey man, I love that part of life. You got to love that part of life, because we ain't doing our job. We getting cussed out anyway. We stay getting cussed out. That's why, if you want to know why we're so nonchalant later on in life, if you spend most of your life on the O-line, you get cussed out. And only when you do something good, then hey, good job line. What about the other 34 snaps that you felt like you didn't even like my life, nobody in my family or nothing?
I'm gonna tell you right now, Kev, I have a philosophy, and I told the boss here when I got hired, I said, look, here's the deal. and I realized this as you're talking. When I got hired here, I told the boss man, I was like, look, here's the deal. As far as I'm concerned, if I don't hear from you, I'm assuming I'm doing a good job, right? Like if you don't call me to the office, I'll assume I'm doing a good job. I don't need to be patted on the back. I don't need to be told how special I am. I don't need to be told I'm doing a great job. I'm just going to assume I don't hear from you. I'm doing well. And I am now realizing that is a mentality I gained from playing the tight end position in a triple option offense, big dog. Like if you aren't getting yelled at, you're doing a job. That's it.
Yeah, perfect. There it is right there. Hang that on the nail and let them people in the back get some of that, man. I'm telling you right now. Hey, man, my Green Bay Packers, I don't know what I feel like it's over with. Let's just tank and get number one quarterback, man, because I don't feel like we can do it.
Well, the problem is you could tank, and I don't think you were going to get a number one pick. All right. In fact, I would say everybody in the league could tank, and Chicago's going to have the number one pick. Right? Carolina's that bad. Arizona, I'm intrigued by. They picked up win number 2 over Atlanta this weekend. Kyler Murray's back. That's going to be a boost for them. But then there's the Giants too, man. The Giants are just atrocious right now, like awful bad, and they've only got 2 wins. So I don't think Green Bay is going to be there. My question mark is, y'all have given up on Jordan Love? Is that a statement, not a question now?
I think that's a statement, man. Like, I see some good points in him, like some good, okay, but if you're a quarterback, you're going to have a good throw here and there. But I just don't see him really finna lead us to where we need to go. Like, you sat behind A-Rod for a few, a year or 2 or whatever. But, I mean, you learned a little bit, but come on now. Like, you're a quarterback. Come on.
Yeah.
Just get home in on your field. You know this guy finna leave or on his way out. I need you to get your life together and work on your craft.
Yeah.
But then, hey, he might not just be that football player. He might not have that dog in him to go get it.
Man, it's interesting to me, and Kev, good to talk to you, big dog. Appreciate you checking in, my guy. It's interesting because we have seen stuff out of Jordan Love that makes him look good, but it's not consistent.
All right, breaking news. According to Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, and others, Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson will undergo season-ending surgery on a broken bone in his throwing shoulder, so his season is over.
I thought it was his ankle that was jacked up, man. Thought it was his ankle that was. It was his ankle. He was in a walking boot on Sunday. He was like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'll be there." Like he literally said in a quote that we had in the Sports Flash yesterday. He said, "I'm good for Sunday." 24 hours later, season-ending surgery. What a bust for the Browns, dude. What a bust for the Browns this guy's going to turn out to be. He missed the year. He came back. He's hurt for half the year. He comes back. He plays 3 games. He gives them just a taste with the upset win over the Ravens this weekend, and now he's immediately right back out. That's all right. All they're doing, Lonzo, is giving him $250 million guaranteed money. Everything's fine. They're out $250 million for how many games has Deshaun Watson won for the Browns now? 3?
It hasn't been many. It definitely has not.
3-4 wins for the Browns. So all they did was pay him about $65 million.
Does it count like in baseball if you start the game but someone else finishes and you win? Do you get credit for that win in football?
I don't know. Dude's going to be credited for 4 wins at this point, which means that the Browns are paying him $70 million a win. He is making more per win than Jimbo Fisher. By the way, you ready to feel real good about your life? About to make you feel real good about your life, Lonzo.
I already feel pretty good about my life.
If Jimbo Fisher sleeps 8 hours a night, he makes $8,800 while he's knocked out. Every night.
That doesn't bother me. Good for him. If you can,
if you can get the bag, get the bag. I'm always I'll never fault the dude for getting the bag. If somebody's willing to pay you money, and you can get the bag, get the bag. I'm never going to fault you for that. You know who I am going to make fun of forever? Texas A&M. Congratulations for paying. This is true. Jimbo Fisher, until the end of 2031, Lonzo, will make about $1,700 an hour every hour.
It's like 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon or something. We're talking about Deshaun Watson, and you managed to get it back to Texas A&M.
Why miss a perfectly good opportunity to make fun of the Colt?
Okay.
It was right there the whole time.
All right.
Deshaun, season-ending surgery on a broken bone in his throwing shoulder. LOL Browns.
That breaking news is brought to you by
BetQL. Be a better, be smarter, beat the books with our friends at BetQL. Grab the BetQL app. All their best bets for the weekend are on there. And, of course, don't forget on Saturdays from noon to 4, it is Bet for the Cycle, the number one all the sports gambling show in America, if you ask my mom. Hey,
America.
Lonzo, speaking of America, you should flash America.
No. The new CFP dropped last night, and there is a new number 1. Georgia has gone to the top spot, while the Buckeyes fall to number 2. Michigan sits at number 3, and Florida State rounds out the top 4. Undefeated Washington remains at 5, ahead of one-loss Pac-12 rival Oregon. Texas, Alabama, Missouri, and Louisville finish out the top 10. Chaos broke out in the in-season tournament game between Golden State and Minnesota last night. Less than a minute and a half into the game, Jaden McDaniels of the T-Wolves got tangled up with the Warriors' Klay Thompson after a flurry of NBA non-punches. Thompson's jersey was ripped. Minnesota's Rudy Gobert was in a headlock from Golden State's Draymond Green, and McDaniels, Thompson, and Green were all ejected. We are your home for Furman football. Tune in Saturday morning at 10:30 as the Paladins take on the Wofford Terriers in the final game of the regular season right here on the Fan Upstate.
Traditional Asian cuisines. They head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital.
Back after this on the Rob Brown Show. We're back after this.
Revenue and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com.
I think that's why this is so interesting.
AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax relief advocate.
There's a band playing at my old favorite bar in Destin this weekend called the Texas Hippie Coalition.
Yeah, I've heard of them before.
Really?
Pete Often and Wasted. Look that up. No, it's a
Austin and
no. Pete off. I'm not going to say what the other word is.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's another word for P.
Yeah,
is I'm pretty sure it's them. Snowman turned me on to them a couple years ago, and I used one of their songs, that song in particular, as bumper when I was putting together bumper. He dared me, so I did it because that describes our relationship. Just a bunch of dares. They're hard. Not diesel hard.
Yeah.
More like old time rock hard.
And for socialization, our Director of Activities has a master's degree in social work and has been at the Gables for many years. We have a full calendar of activities for all of our residents. In addition, our Director of Memory Care has been there for many years as well. To stop by for a visit, give us a call at 864-286-6600.
Shop Black Friday every day and get the best new deals all month long. Only at Lowe's. Right now, shop the lowest prices of the year on select.
Oh man!
appliances. And get up to 45% off select tools and accessories. Because Lowe's knows deals. Found through 1115. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I think it's wonderful you told us what happened in the NBA game and never told us the score. Yeah, that's my fault.
Hey, Vicks. Ugh, my throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sing tonight. Here, try these. Vicks Vapor Cool Drops.
Yeah, Vicks Vapor Cool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Ooh, I can already feel it.
I told you. So, you ready?
I'm ready.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks Vapor Cool Drops.
WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD3 Golden, the official sports voice
And check this out.
You're an official Rob Brown lockdown.
Represents freedom, freedom. Yeah.
Unfiltered sports talk. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas. It's the Rob Brown Show.
Woo! Nah. It's not for a lack of desire to woo. Even worse. It's a lack of ability to woo. That just fried my brain. I'm not going to lie. It just fried my brain.
America.
Hey, let me ask you how you feel about this. Detroit Lions Jameson Williams, former Alabama player, shared on his Instagram story yesterday his most recent visit to Mackie D's, the old McDonald's. Now, let me begin by saying that I am 100%, look at me, not above a McDonald's run. McDonald's is the comfort. It's always there when you need it. It's the quick, easy way to get a burger. It's going to be the exact same burger every time.
Sometimes, yeah, but it's the fries, man. Sometimes that large fry, that's like you're eating a whole sack of potatoes. Yeah.
Lonzo and I, every couple of weeks, I'll go on a Mackie D's run after the show. And I get myself my McDouble and a medium fry. Lonzo asked me to bring him back like a duffel bag of French fries.
Yeah, whole duffel bag.
I'm not against it. Jameson Williams showed us a very interesting way to eat the MacD's yesterday. Went on his Instagram story. He shared that he goes for the McDouble. So do I. I like the McDouble. It's like, not overwhelmingly large, but you get the second patty on there without having to go full Big Mac or what I used to go with all the time. I was a big double QPC guy. The McDouble's a nice little medium ground. I don't feel like I ate a house, but I still get 2 patties. All right. I also, Zoe, am a fan of the Oreo McFlurry. Right? If I'm hitting the Mackie D's, there's a better than average chance I am getting the Oreo McFlurry. The lady gets the M&M McFlurry. It's a good combination. Speaking of combinations, Jameson Williams, shared on his Instagram yesterday, Lonzo, that he got his McDouble, he got his Oreo McFlurry, and then he placed the Oreo McFlurry onto the McDouble and ate it that way. Just took the ice cream out of the cup, put it straight on the patty, slapped the top bun back on, and that's how he rolls.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. It might be messy. I mean, you got to eat it pretty quick because the ice cream's going to melt. But am I supposed to be disgusted? Because I'm not.
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know how I feel.
It's just like drinking milk when you eat your hamburger, I guess, right?
No.
Ice cream, milk.
There has never been a day where I'm like, can't wait for a big burger and a glass of milk.
Well, that's called school.
No, that's called I hate cows.
Okay. Oh well, okay.
Taking everything from the cows. No, there's no world in which I ever would go hamburger and milk.
Not even chocolate milk?
Nope.
So back in school, I realized you went to a higher level school than I did. So milk was not because milk was our only option.
Milk was your only option?
Yeah, so you had to drink milk. Well, if you had a little bit of cash, you could buy what people here would call a soda and people there would call a pop correctly. But yes, milk was your only option. So milk and a hamburger, yes, because that's what you had.
That sounds awful.
What were your options?
Water, Coke, apple juice, orange juice.
So that came with the meal, or you just had extra money each day to do that?
Oh no, I had buy my own lunch money.
Okay, because when you got free or reduced lunch, you have to give them a ticket, so you get either the free lunch or you get the. I mean, it's you take what they give you.
No, I pulled out the 100, bought my lunch, told them keep the change every day.
I'm not really trying to do this thing, but it's the thing is being done. And granted, you went to high school like a decade later than I did.
A decade?
Yeah, all right, like 15.
When did you graduate high school?
1986.
Yeah, I was a year old
All
when
right.
you graduated high school.
So a decade or so.
Yeah,
and,
a decade.
And so maybe things had changed at my school also. I doubt it, but maybe.
I want to go back to Jameson Williams here.
Okay. Well,
I'm fine with it.
Ice cream and milk are the same thing. It's just a different form of milk.
I don't know how to feel right now. I don't know how to feel
There's
right now.
one way to solve this.
And there's a part of me that's like, yo, after the show, we got to run to Mickey D's real quick.
I mean,
And
it's
then
just right
there's
down
a
the
part
road.
of me
Yeah,
that's
but
like,
the machine will probably be broke because that's usually how it works. But
there's a part of me that's like, no way. He's getting roasted on X, formerly known as Twitter. I think that's what I'm going to officially call it. X, formerly known as Twitter. At Chase KR8 said, no way Jameson Williams put an Oreo McFlurry on a McDouble in front of God and all his children. At Pass the Punt said, Jameson Williams puts McFlurry on a cheeseburger. Adjust your wide receiver fantasy rankings accordingly. At Michael Ropine said, putting a McFlurry on a burger automatically makes Jameson Williams a bust. And at NYC King just replied, nah. He got a lot of this ain't it.
Well, I guarantee you, if you and I don't do it, this is probably happening Saturday. So, I mean, you buy one McFlurry, that'd be enough to go around to 4 or 5 people because he's just putting a scoop on, right?
No.
Like a spoonful?
He covered the patty.
Yeah, but he's not putting the entire
thing.
Layer. No, I saw it.
He covered the patty.
What I'm saying is you only need to purchase like one McFlurry. You wouldn't have to purchase a McFlurry a piece to do that.
No.
Yeah.
I think you get away. If you got 5 people, I think 2 McFlurries will cover your base. My point here is I saw it and I do not know how I feel. I am wrestling with my emotions right now.
We did a story on this, I think a month ago. There's a girl in Australia. I said girl, a teenager, 20 something, an influencer in I believe Australia, who put McFlurries between 2 hash browns. And again, doesn't sound that like it's disgusting or anything. We wondered how in the world she was able to get a McFlurry and hash browns at the same time, but it's Australia. Maybe they do things differently because it's different times of day. I don't know if you can get a McFlurry like every hour of the day. I don't know that. So this is not unusual for people to put their McFlurry on other things. Yeah.
That doesn't change where I am right now. That doesn't change.
So this is self-reflection on your part because you think you should be disgusted by it and it bothers you that you're not.
No, I don't know if I am or not. Like, I don't know if I'm disgusted, intrigued, curious, repulsed. I don't know what I am. Like, my knee-jerk reaction is no. JMO, no, absolutely not. But then there's the other part of me, and maybe this is from working with you for too long, that's like, I kind of want to go do that now. Well, I kind of want to give it a run.
I think my biggest concern about it is what made him think, hey, I think I wonder what this would taste like. I think that's more what the motivation was originally. I mean, because I'd say more times than not, you try something like that and go, oh, that was a bad idea. But every once in a while you go, I wonder what that would taste like if I put this on that. It's like adding an ingredient if you're cooking. and you decide, well, let me go with a pinch of this and see what that does. It's the same sort of thought process, I suppose.
I just don't know. Like, if you think about it, every food that we love was invented by somebody trying something, right? Everything we love was invented by someone who has tried something. And at the end of the day, that person, when they tried that thing, was likely looked at like an absolute psychopath as well, right? Double D, who is our video producer for Bet for the Cycle on Saturdays, informed us in a food take that I don't know for a fact, but I'm willing to bet money on, is going to further push Lonzo and I apart from each other. This guy is a big Kraft mac and cheese guy. It's a go-to snack. And I got zero problem with that. To the point that I can even tell you how to make your Kraft mac and cheese a little bit creamier. You know, the secret is don't use water, use milk. And when you use milk, put just like a teaspoonful of heavy whipping cream in there with it.
Well, my wife will put milk in instead of water. So
use milk instead of water, put a little bit of heavy whipping cream. And if you want to go bananas, when it gets to like where it's getting thoroughly cooked through, but before you take it off the stovetop, I'm assuming you're stovetop people because you're not heathens. Take you a fistful of cheddar cheese, just shredded cheddar cheese.
So if you did it in a microwave, you're a heathen?
You're a heathen, 100%.
They make those microwavable things for a reason.
Take the time to make yourself some good mac and cheese.
Okay,
right?
whatever. Stop judging.
So right before it's done, before you take it off, but when it's getting close to take it off time, grab yourself a fistful of just Kraft shredded cheddar cheese and throw it on top and mix that in there. It is going to cream that mac and cheese up for you. So Double D and I, we're going through like our goat level snacks when you're kind of in a hurry, but like you want something that's a little more filling than a granola bar. And he went, yo, Kraft mac and cheese. And I said, yeah, I completely agree. That's a good pick. And he said, and then I put ketchup on it. And I was like, excuse me.
Yeah, it's basically spaghetti.
It is not.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, it's basically spaghetti. It is. You're putting a tomato product into pasta. That's spaghetti.
No.
That is a poor man's
No,
spaghetti. It
it's
absolutely
not.
is. Okay, explain to me why it's not.
Because sugary tomato paste is not marinara. Okay? It's not. It's just not the same
Is
thing.
ragu marinara?
That's like jumping on a bike and being like, do you like my car? No, it's not a car.
Is ragu marinara?
Yes, those are
Is it?
marinara.
Are they?
Yes.
Are you sure? Because
They are closer than tomato
I'm pretty
sugar
sure
paste.
they say spaghetti sauce, and if you look in the ingredients, tomatoes are in there.
First off, I knew I was going to win my bet that this was going to drive a wedge further into the strained relationship we have here on the Weenus and Pitt show.
By the way, I don't know what the strain is. Sometimes
The strain is approving ketchup on mac and cheese like a lunatic.
You are a foodie elitist, and apparently you're unwilling to try new things.
I'm not a foodie elitist. I literally just told you one of my goat snacks is Kraft mac and cheese. You know what I'm doing on the way home today? I'm dieting for the wedding. I am stopping on the way home today because the Little Debbie Christmas tree snack cakes are out in stores, and they're the best thing in the world. In the whole world, they're the best thing.
Why'd you throw that in there while you were talking about dieting?
Because the point is, I'm not a foodie elitist. I'm just a basic, decent person.
No, I mean,
And
you had the
sugary
same
tomato
reaction
paste.
about eating cold hot dogs. So here's the thing. You know, there's this projection thing. I believe I went to like one class for psychology. There's this thing called projection where you project things onto other people. You're the weird one when it comes to food. You're the one who's overreacting to all the stuff that everyone does, or quite a few people does. And maybe think maybe it's you. Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's not Double D. Maybe it's you.
If you take the time to make yourself Kraft macaroni and cheese.
By the way, I've done that. What he's talking about. It's a poor man's spaghetti for sure.
It is not. And then you take
All
that
right,
Kraft
Emerald
macaroni
Lagasse,
and
what
cheese-
makes you the expert on food? You can't say if something is or isn't. It's a poor man's spaghetti.
Okay.
What would you know about being a poor man?
My bike is a car. No,
you
it's
don't.
not.
You
Those
don't
are
know what
different
hard
things.
times is, Daddy.
Those are different things. Okay, they're different things. They're different things. If you
Wait,
take
my bike
the
is a
time-
car?
Yeah, it's the same thing. They have
It's-
wheels
what's-
and they go.
Huh?
It's a poor man's car.
That's ridiculous.
Correct. I agree. Just like I agree that ketchup on Kraft mac and cheese is spaghetti.
Do you know where you
Get
are?
out of here with that.
Do you know where you are? You're in the South, man. People do that all the time.
No.
Yeah, they do.
I love that you say that as if I am not from the South.
You're not. You're from
I
Florida.
have been here longer than you.
In Florida?
Yes, which is in the South.
Which
I
is-
am from
no.
a place literally called Lower Alabama.
By the way, Florida is just Ohio and Michigan.
No,
that's all
the
it is.
Florida Panhandle is just more Alabama. I've been there a lot.
Yeah, you're going to try to tell me that people from Alabama don't put ketchup in their mac and cheese?
No,
Yeah, they do.
and if they do, they're lunatics too.
You know, if you really want to spice it up, chop up some hot dogs and throw them in there.
Texture said poor man's spaghetti is ketchup and ramen. That's still closer, but awful.
How's that any closer? It's
Because that
putting
is-
ketchup in noodles. I
Because
mean,
spaghetti is a specific type of pasta.
Is
Not
it?
just every pasta spaghetti.
is it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's why they have different
By the
names.
way, by the way, spaghetti sauce,
Penne, rigatoni,
spaghetti sauce
spaghetti.
and marinara, two different things.
Yes, thank
Right.
you.
Earlier, you tried to act like they were the same. That's why I asked you about
No,
ragu, which is
you
spaghetti
did.
sauce. It's not marinara.
You know what the hell I meant. Texture said Florida is not in the South. It's the southernmost Yankee state. You have never been to the Florida Panhandle, my friend. You hear Florida and you're thinking Miami, Orlando, Tampa. Come to Destin.
If
come
you
to
want to
Pensacola.
argue about how hillbilly you are, it's just not working.
Texture said when I was younger, I put syrup on spaghetti. I put ketchup on eggs, but neither was something I stuck with. I'm going to tell you right now.
A lot of
I
people
am
put
fine.
ketchup on eggs.
I am
You're
fine
okay with that?
I am fine with ketchup on scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs. Let's be very clear. Scrambled eggs. If you take the time to prepare like a good deep fried egg, and then you put ketchup on
Deep
it.
fried?
Yeah, fried egg.
I mean, yeah, but you said deep fried.
A fried egg.
When I think deep fried,
All right,
I think a
okay,
basket.
a
You know, it's-
fried egg.
Okay, all right.
And then you put ketchup on it. You're anything that takes time to prepare should not have ketchup on it. Anything that you cook a steak and put ketchup on it, you're a weirdo.
No, you're the weirdo.
No.
Yes, you are.
No.
You're the weirdo. All right. I'll put Keegan in there with you because he seems to agree with you on everything. So you and Keegan are the weirdos. Everybody else, we're normal.
Texter said, Joey just texted and said, I just puked in my mouth thinking about ketchup on mac and cheese.
No, you didn't.
Texter said,
No, you didn't.
That's as bad as the Will Levis mayo in coffee. Yup.
All right. Now that's a little strange.
Oh, who made
Yeah.
you the coffee arbiter, Lonzo?
Not me, because
Who made you the coffee king? Bah.
trying to figure out what cartoon character you just looked like when you did that. That was wild. How your head moved. I'm gonna go with the Grinch. Same shape, maybe. No, I don't like coffee. So you know, and neither do you. So can you imagine doing that? Who would follow up and do that? I mean, who would also put mayonnaise in their coffee? What kind of weird radio show would do
Who
that?
made you that guy?
What weird radio show would try that?
Texter said, what's the difference between ketchup and A1 sauce on the steak? Nothing. You shouldn't do either. You should make the steak good enough that it doesn't need a condiment on it.
Why you like semi-Trump there? It's because you did the finger thing. Like you almost went Trump and then you changed your mind.
It's an added point of emphasis. All right. Your steak should not be more than medium rare, and you should not put ketchup on it. Bigly, hugely. All right, that's bad. Stop. Point is here. You should, if you take time to make a food, then season it correctly and make it to where you don't need to add sugary paste on it.
Is ketchup
That's it.
is a
That's it.
condiment technically seasoning?
No, seasoning is seasoning. Ketchup's
Wait
a
a
condiment.
minute. Seasoning is adding to whatever the flavor is, right? And so are condiments. So condiments and seasoning are the same thing. Condiment is a form of
Of all
seasoning.
the wrong things you've said, these things are definitive.
I am forcing you to re-examine your thought process, and it's disturbing you, and so you just want to go to break.
Seasoning is salts, peppers, herbs, and spices. Condiments are sauces or toppings. Seasoning.
They both do the same thing.
No.
Yes, they do.
Seasoning,
They add flavor to
seasoning
something.
is cooked into the food. Condiments go
That's
on
not
top
true
of it.
because salt and pepper are added afterwards.
Not if you're cooking right. Cook the salt and the pepper into the dish.
Okay, so you don't have a salt shaker.
Yes, I have a salt shaker.
Okay.
But if I am cooking in, and if I need to add more, I will. But if I do it correctly, and I do because I know what the hell I'm doing, that's why you should listen to me.
You're losing this one, but that's
I'm not
fine.
losing this one. Lunatics out here. All right. Rob is right about the Panhandle, though. Destin, Pensacola, pretty deep south. Yeah, no, I know. I've been there. I have now gotten 3 texters that have said that they go syrup on Velveeta mac and cheese. Syrup?
No, I haven't heard of this before. But
3 of y'all.
Yeah, I haven't heard of this before, but I'm not going to judge. I mean, it might be okay. I don't know.
3 of y'all have gone maple syrup on Velveeta mac and cheese. And Velveeta's got that real good, thick, creamy cheese. And you go syrup on that. Oh, man. What is happening right now?
We need to find some peace between us. And I don't know about you, but I feel like giving something away. And I feel if we do that, you and I could at least be on the same page.
I accept. Let's get Fermi. Not Fermi. No, Fermi. Yeah.
No, we are going to give away TSO tickets.
That's right. We're giving TSO tickets away. We've given away so much stuff.
We have because we're giving people. That's what we are. That's what we do.
And it's true. We are giving you bad opinions like ketchup goes on mac and cheese and TSO tickets. So if you would like 2 tickets to go see Trans-Siberian Orchestra coming up this Saturday at the Bon Score Wellness Arena, you need to be caller number 4 right now. Caller number 4, 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. Caller number 4 right now, winning 2 tickets to go see Trans-Siberian Orchestra's Christmas Extravaganza this Saturday at the Well. Caller number 4 wins, and we're back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away so Lonzo can get some sensitive information, and we shall return ever so briefly. Stay right there.
So I wasn't going to, but I think for lunch later, I'm going to go home and we have some microwavable macaroni and cheese for the granddaughter because she loves them. They're going to make some of those, make me one of those, and throw in some ketchup and video chat with Rob while I eat them. I'm sure he'll definitely answer that call.
I love about this show. We bring up a food take and the text line just explodes.
It's good because people come here for sports and sports talk and entertainment. They also want to talk about life, and food is life. And we provide life for the people. That's what we do. Sustenance, if you will. With condiments and spices.
So keep your family or business cool this summer and give Priority Heating and Air a call today at 591-1847 or find them online at PriorityHeatingandAirHVAC.com.
Take control of your listening experience with Rewind on the Odyssey. Missed a jaw-dropping moment? No worries. With Rewind, you can relive big moments from Mark Ryan and Rob.
I don't know, Roger, which one are you, rich or poor? I mean, you got both of them thrown in there. I don't know which. Does that mean middle class? I don't know.
Wrapping up the final 40 of the Rob Brown Show. Sorry, final 30 of the Rob Brown Show here on the Fan Upstate. Listen, and I mean this. I am not talking about mac and ketchup anymore. Okay? Not doing it anymore. Except for reading the text.
I was going to say, why did you lose again?
No.
Or, okay. Are you going to pick and choose the ones that you read? I mean, you know.
From our local saucier who
Oh,
listens
yeah.
to the show daily and said, as your daily listening saucier, I'll make this short because it would be an hour on this. But Rob is right on all of this. Lonzo is 100% wrong on everything. So there you go. That's a saucier. And you can't question a saucier.
So
He's
there
got
was
training.
So there was nothing else in the text other than Rob's right and Lonzo's wrong.
Literally, Rob is right on all of this. Lonzo is 100% wrong on everything.
You were out of the room for a little bit. I should check the numbers and see if maybe you are our local saucier.
I don't have the mental capacity to text not the way I talk. So no.
Well, you're probably right because yeah.
All right, let's get to a couple more things in here before we call it a day. Anybody want to grade Draymond's headlock technique?
I'm willing to go into that. Yeah, for sure.
Take a stab at it.
All right. So
You're a wrestling guy.
Here's the thing. So as far if we're gonna go from a wrestling point of view, I'm in. I thought it was good. The feet are dragging. The victim opponent rather looked helpless to the point where he's added the realism of possibly air being lost. And the victim, opponent is struggling for air, which is a good sell for wrestling. Now, as far as MMA goes, he doesn't have it cranked hard enough. We should be able to see the veins popping out in his biceps while he's underneath there. But I will say that's kind of dangerous. This is probably the worst thing he's ever done.
He's the guy in the nads.
This
once.
is the worst thing he's ever done. It's one thing. You can recover from the kick. He could have accidentally choked this guy and could have killed him or could have damaged his vocal cords or anything if he cranked it, which he did not appear to do. But if you look, he's underneath the chin in there, and that's dangerous. Obviously, these guys are in shape, so he's got a pretty muscular neck. If you got a weaker neck in there, he probably would have. This is akin to battery. I do wonder if something like this, why the victim opponent rather doesn't call the police. In all seriousness, isn't this like it's assault? I mean, it's not battery, because although he was talking the whole time, so that would have been the battery part.
I do want to get I may be doing this after the show today. I want to get the opinion of a lawyer on this, right? Because on one hand, like, yeah, like if I put a dude in a bar in a rear chin lock and drag him away from somewhere, like on one hand, if I just did that, it would 100% be battery, right? On the flip side, what's the situation if you do that to a dude and you're dragging him from away from a situation where he is punching your boy in the face, right? Not that Rudy Gobert was hitting anybody yet, but he was in a spot to, and Draymond was getting away. And then there's the added level of this takes place in the midst of a heated athletic competition, right? Like I assume that there are different rules, different protocols, different definitions that go into these things based on the context of a situation that change it up. If I'm in the middle of a basketball, an NBA game, which is obviously a very heated, passionate environment, and on top of that, I am the last person to get involved in a conflict that is already taking place, and I am dragging one of their guys away from beating the hell out of one of my guys, because while Draymond's a big dude, Rudy Gobert's a bigger dude, right? Like Draymond had to go up and get that dude. So if I'm dragging him away from a conflict where he is about to just smoke one of my own guys, does the context of that change anything?
All right, let's play a little game. WWE, AEW, or UFC, as far as the choke goes. Where does it fit best?
That one?
Yeah.
Oh, that was somewhere between an AEW blood and guts fight and a low-level MMA fight.
You know what? I can't go with AEW here. I'm going to go more UFC, because AEW, one of them would have had blood.
I mean, it was very early in the contest. That was a dude.
Moxley bleeds like within 25 seconds of a match usually.
That was a dude running down the tunnel to disrupt a match that was just getting started. So we've got this. We've got the situation going on, and I haven't really gotten into it.
All right. They just showed. So he had him hooked.
Oh, he's got the
and
hook.
then he's got the wrist lock.
Yeah.
So you can get the connection hard enough, but he does not crank. If he cranks, then for sure, so he need to go to jail.
Yeah.
But I still don't see why.
He's dragging Gobert backwards. Like he is, and that's a big, Rudy Gobert's a big dude, and he is dragging him backwards by the neck.
And I don't know how much of it is acting, but Gobert has a look in his eyes like he's panicked a little bit, which is what you do when someone starts taking the wind out of you.
I don't know if it's panic as much as, because the other aspect is these guys are in a basketball mentality. I think he would almost think, honestly, and this is going to sound weird, I think he was looking for a call, right? Like he's looking at the refs because you see his face, and so here's the thing. If you are in a rear naked chokehold, which is effectively what that was, and you're getting dragged around, if you are truly genuinely panicked by the hold, you are going to get that arm and create separation so you can keep breathing and not go to sleep, right? You're going for the arm. Rudy's got his hands out and extended in the classic where's my call pose, right? He's got his hands extended like a wide receiver looking for a PI, like a center looking for the foul on the dunk that he missed. It's a classic like where's my call? And his eyes are open like where's my call? Where's my call?
If I'm Rudy, I'm mad, because if someone's doing that to one of my teammates, I'm punching that dude in the face. I mean, someone needed to come across and punch Draymond Green right in the face.
But see, again, Draymond was the last guy on the scene. Rudy was in the midst of the fight, and Draymond came in and removed him from the fight. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that, yes, the chokehold looked like the most dramatic on camera, Draymond was one of the only players actually trying to break it up.
All right, Deuce hits us up on the X and says 17 years of law enforcement experience in South Carolina. Assault is an attempt to cause harm or injury, and battery is actually making contact.
I've got those definitions, and I appreciate the text. That's from Duce Poppy 2 on the Twitter.
Sure it's not Deuce? I mean, why you got to go Duce?
Because DUC is Italian. That's Duce.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Deuce has an E in it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, but it could be spelled that way. I don't
Either
know.
way,
What's the other one
that's irrelevant.
spelled like? Is it spelled the same way? It's not irrelevant.
So here's my question. The context of this, and this is obviously battery, right? In the definitions you're providing us, which are correct, I agree. But in the context of Draymond Green was the last guy to arrive to the conflict, and he removed Rudy Gobert from the conflict. If I roll up into a bar with a couple of my buddies, and a couple of my buddies get into a scrap, they get jumped, right? Let's say we get jumped just for the sake of making it more convoluted. If I roll up to the bar with a couple of my buddies, and a couple of my buddies get jumped, and I roll up into the fight after it started, and I grab one of the guys that is fighting and beating up my buddy, and I grab him and I pull him away from the fight. What's that for me? Is that battery because I put my hands on another person despite the fact that I pull them away from a fight? If you are the cop and you show up there, are you charging me with battery because I removed that guy from the fight, but I used physical force to do it? Are you telling me that I'm off the hook for that because I was trying to break up a conflict where someone else was in danger? Like, what's that ruling? But I'm also intrigued as to, like, where the hell was NBA security here? You know what I mean? Like, how is the NBA security not jumping, like diving in between these guys to break them up? Where's Adam Pierce? Where's Adam Pierce and all the indie guys wearing the black polos to break this thing up? Because to me, Rudy Gobert in the conflict got removed from the conflict by Draymond Green, but the way he did it, I think, is that what makes it dramatic? So the way he did it? Like physically seeing a choke. Like if he underhooked the arms and dragged him, are we having the same conversation?
Yeah, it's different. It's a chokehold. The chokehold, we haven't seen that before that I can recall in basketball. And anytime something's done for the first time, you get to worry that this could become a trend. And because of that, they need to come down hard on him.
Even though he's the one that was trying to break up
And
the fight.
that's not how you break up a fight. And he's very much a repeat offender.
He is a repeat offender. That is for sure. If that's LaMelo Ball, first time, is he off the hook? Like, is that a different story? I don't know, man. This whole thing's weird. Texture said best thing these days is to walk away. Too many cameras to fight like the old days. Sorry, your boys will have to handle it on their own. I don't know, man. Like, if my dudes are getting trounced, am I obligated to watch them get trounced? Do I have any right to step in and be like, nah, I'm not, like, it's not going down like this. He didn't drop an elbow on anybody. He didn't come in swinging. He didn't connect with Rudy's chin. He just pulled him out. Texas says, I'm flying like Superman out of the court. Roman Reigns' Superman punch from Draymond, dramatically different than the chokehold and drag backwards. I don't know. This whole thing's weird. The NBA is definitely going to have a complicated response to this, I think. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap this bad boy up. You guys interested in all of this F1 race on the streets of Vegas coming up? Like, even if you are an F1 guy, you are already. But for those of us that are not F1 people, they're racing in Vegas down the strip this weekend. Are we tuning in for that? Let's talk some football. Let's talk some racing. Who knows what else when we come back on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
guy's name right. That's all.
Oh.
No, Marcus, I think it's still a crime, whether you get caught or not. If I rob a bank and no one saw me, it's still a crime because it's against the law. Although now that's a different angle, and I don't know if this is doctored or not. I'm going to send this to you.
I just got a text from my brother who is tuned into the stream for the first time since the locks got locked, and he's very disappointed.
As well, he should be. Look at the picture in this angle. Again, I don't know if it's doctored, but this makes it look
That
like
looks way dramatic.
It looks like he was flexing.
Yeah. But he's also a super jacked athlete. Like, it's probably hard for him not to look like he's flexing. But yes, that looks like, yeah.
And look on his face while he's doing it too. And I really would like to know what he was saying to him. If he's saying, hey man, you got to calm down,
Yeah.
It makes it a little bit less, but it's still a headlock. But I'm sure that's not what he was saying. Oh, that's not good. Remote support customer client. What are you doing, man? Why do you do this stuff in the middle of a show, Chris? Dude. Tell me you're not. A little warning would have been nice. What if I needed to get in there, which I do?
Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
We're going abroad for the first time in years to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast. With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas? When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Discover, this is Daniela.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great. But with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Do you like asparagus and mushroom sorbet? I've got leftovers.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility in terms of discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
From the Ingles Market Studio,
Upstate. 97.7 FM Greenville. 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
always live from the Free Odyssey app. Always streaming wherever you are on the Odyssey.
Odyssey app. Make that fan understand your favorite.
All right, wrapping up the radio show. Any chance you're checking out the F1 race in Vegas this Sunday? I am honestly not a big F1 guy. Not that I'm against it, right? I think when you say I'm not a big whatever guy, it comes across as like I'm against that thing. I'm not against it. It's just I never got in. I watched a little bit of the Netflix doc. I enjoyed it, but I came up with the problem, and this was a problem before we moved to the morning show. The problem is that so many of the F1 events take place in the middle of the night because they're all in Europe, right? Like when the World Cup's on in the World Cup's in Asia or in Europe, it's kind of difficult because you have two options, which is either you wake up at 2 a.m. to watch your team play live, or you don't do that. You watch it on the replay, but you recognize you either can't get on social media or you can, but you're going to know the score of the game before you watch it. And that kind of zaps the fun out of it for me. The F1 stuff, it's not that I'm against it. It is good racing. I have watched races before. This one they're running in Vegas. And I think it kind of confirms a theory that I've had in past, a theory in practice that I've said, which is if you are a sport and you want to get eyeballs on your sport, the best thing you can do is have a gimmick. It can be a one-event gimmick. It can be a one-season gimmick, but you need a gimmick, right? The NBA is trying a gimmick with this in-season tournament. I think it's great. From what I can tell, I'm in the minority on that. Golf has tried gimmicks before. They're trying another gimmick with the Live Tour. They're trying another gimmick with this Tiger Golf League that they're setting up. All of stuff I'm interested in. We've seen NASCAR do gimmicks. They did the dirt race at Bristol. They've done the Roval. They've done all these things that are kind of gimmicky. This is a gimmick. F1 is going to run a race in America. They're going to run it in Las Vegas. And not only are they going to run it in Las Vegas, but they're going to run it downtown Las Vegas, right? NASCAR did that in Chicago this year. Remember, go back to that race. They ran it in Chicago and it went through downtown Chicago. And it was kind of interesting. It was different. It was unique. They had one race, so like a 90-degree turn, then like 50 feet, then another 90-degree turn. And when they made that last turn, the view down the track was at the skyline of downtown Chicago. It was a very cool cinematic look that got people to tune in and hopefully hold a few over. This F1 race, to me, is going to look awesome. It's going to look great. They're running it right down the middle of the strip in Vegas. Going to look great. It's got me. I want to tune in. I want to check it out. I want to see what it looks like. I just wonder if it will be enough to earn viewership enough that other sports go, oh, the gimmick thing works. The gimmick thing works, right? The best wrestlers are the guys that have the best gimmicks. And that does not mean you have to be a 1980s cartoon wrestler. You can have a gimmick that is just kind of a caricature of your real life. As long as you portray it well and people connect with it, you're good. That's true of every sport. Gimmicks work. That's why people do gimmicks. This is a great gimmick for F1 racing. I'm just curious as to if anybody is going to check in for it. I know that there's not a lot of like a lot of deep thoughts and deep talk about this. But I find it very intriguing because it is a sport that does not have a huge American following that is trying to get one. What would be better? One or two of these gimmick races in America or year? Or F1 racing demanding that teams pack up their whole thing, fly it to the U.S., and we run 4 or 5 races a year? I don't know. I'm intrigued. Any chance you tune in to check this thing out?
NFL is going on, so no. Well, I'm going to be honest about it. So I would rather watch NFL over just about anything. So
I feel like this is going to be like, I feel like it's going to get the little screen for me. I feel like it's going to get one of the little screens. Like I'll pop it on a little screen. So I'll go Saints game. Well, actually, the Saints are on the bye this week. No Saints game. So I'll go Carolina on the biggest screen, Atlanta on the screen underneath that. Third interesting game on the fourth screen, F1 on the little screen, just to see it. And I'm not going to lie, maybe something that I watch for like 20 minutes and then I'm like, all right, I've seen it. It looks cool. And it may be that I finish that race and go, oh, turns out I'm an F1 fan now. Who knows? We'll see. Anyway, that's enough of that.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
All right, time to ask Rob what the X is going on. The first thing that's Xing is Madam Web.
Trailer? Okay.
Dropped about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, something
I know
like
what
that.
we're doing when the show's over.
It looks like it's about 3 minutes long also.
Really?
Yes.
I'm intrigued. The Marvels is
There
very
are,
clearly
there are spider people in it. No
Spider
Spider-Man, but Spider Woman's in it, and it looks like somebody else who I don't know who they are.
Okay.
So yeah.
Listen, I am intrigued. I hope Madam Web is good.
There's a concern though, because Marvels, even though I thought it was a good movie, supposedly bombed and already, and they don't believe it's going to make the money back. And there's a thing that I guess is real, is superhero fatigue. But I think it's more about theater fatigue to a degree. But then there again, Barbie happened. So I mean, I don't know.
I had this discussion with a buddy of mine, Tim, on Twitter 2 days ago. And here's what I said, Zoe, and I want to bring it to you now since we have 2 minutes left and you are the expert. I said, here's what I think happened. What I think happened is the stakes created through Endgame were the highest the stakes could be. Destruction of the universe. Highest the stakes could be. And the problem is, in ramping up to that moment, you have created a world where unless you just do a really good job, anything that is lower stakes than that, it's not, you're not on the same scale, right? Like Daredevil saving Hell's Kitchen doesn't really compare to Cap, Thor, and Iron Man fighting Thanos with the very existence of the universe.
Yeah, but it's more about using obscure characters, which is what they did in the first place, taking a bunch of characters that weren't the big names and turning them into big names. Spider-Man's still going to be a hit no matter what.
Sure.
Because it's Spider-Man.
Now, I compared that
just like
to
Batman. Spider-Man, Batman, you're probably going to win every time.
100%. I compared that to DC, where I'm like, DC should have automatic winners every time they make a movie that stars Superman, Batman, or Wonder Woman, but they don't. Why? Because the movies just aren't that good. All right. Now, it's subjective, of course, but by and large, publicly, the movies just haven't been considered as good. My fear is Marvel's going to get to a point where superhero fatigue is a thing, theater fatigue is a thing, but also because they lowered the stakes and they haven't really shown us where the next round of high stakes is going. With the Avengers movies, it always felt like we were driving towards something huge. Are you getting that vibe right now? Like, we know we're moving towards Secret Wars.
Yeah,
But
well,
do you get that
the
vibe?
rumor out there is that the Kang thing, they're going to move away from Kang and replace him with Doctor Doom because of legal troubles for the actor.
For the record, love Doctor Doom. How do you not love Doctor Doom? All right, that's comic books on the way out the door. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back tomorrow to do it all over again, but better. The Thursday edition obviously features Rashad Beard, Emily Adams, and Fight Club. All coming up tomorrow. Have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out with us on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Later. Yeah. All right, dudes and dudettes. I have been summoned to the boss's office. So, yay. Have a lovely day. You're all beautiful people. Thanks for hanging out. Goodbye.